All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am your host, Phontomen, and welcome to another show. Right, okay, so, as it turns out, I at least have today, and maybe tomorrow, before I need to be somewhere else, due to unfortunate circumstances. But, well, that means we can get another day for the event in, and possibly two. So, well, we need 8, and, well, it looks like we'll be able to get 6 and 7, but potentially no problem. I hope the tornado's nice. It's gonna be a funny novelty, but yeah, it'll probably be okay. It just has no redeeming qualities whatsoever, aside from the fact that it has amazing new radar missiles that we can't shoot at ships, really, on any map, because there are none. Well, Dancing Fool, unfortunately, well, we'll see about that. This one's pretty major, but I'll talk about this later. But, okay, so... well, let's get on with it, because this is just gonna be, it's gonna be another 40,000 point grind, and, well, now that the radar has been, adjusted, not that anyone wants to fucking agree with me that it was a nerf, it was, but you already know what I'm gonna say. We had another update today, which was more MiG buffs, because, sure, why not? And okay, so let's see here. Yep, okay, the sound's working. A little low. But now that I got these new headphones, I can actually use my mixer again, so I actually have to mind the dials down. But, well, the radar nerfs make it a bit annoying. Not necessarily unflyable, but a bit more annoying. But she's still a flyable machine, so we'll be alright. And hello, T-Dog. Welcome back to the show. Thank you for resubscribing. You are just in time. Okay, so America and Japan. One Japanese man and a bunch of American planes. Okay. Well, aside from the Italians, we shouldn't have anything resembling an F-16 on the enemy team. Again, aside from the Italians. Probably all those MiGs that just got that buff today. What was the buff? They made their radar seeker, well, actually, the IR seekers on the 23, the 24, the 27 pick up or prioritize engine exhaust over flares more. So it's I hope they didn't just make them carbon copies of L's, but they might have just did that. But we know the L now. The L works, but you're gambling for the magic L that ignores all forms of flares. But unfortunately, it looks like the MiG needed more adjustments to make its missiles more reliable because... search me, I don't know. I still think the radar nerf was to probably tone down all planes because the radar missiles were a little bit too decisive, but who had the best radar? We did. Rather, the most genuinely functioning radar missiles, because R-27ER was very interesting, very effective, and could beat me. The only problem is, it was stapled onto a worse plane in terms of radar performance. But, now everyone's, cross-eyed and stupid in terms of radar, so, we'll see if that actually has any effect. And also, I just casually climbed. Oh, hey, look! A missile. Oh, hey, look, another missile. Am I going to find the planes that fired these missiles? Well, there's that. I'm gonna fly right over him, because it looks like there's more guys out there. Oh, wait, no, I see me a glint. That guy isn't dead, but box 1. It's an F-104. There's the Italian. And there goes the Italian. Okay, well, at least it functioned on an F-104. I was by far most likely the least threatening dude on their team, but, well, we found the Italian. He wasn't in an F-16. It's almost like radar-guided munitions completely changed warfare. Well, the fact of the matter is that they did, but the thing in War Thunder is that we haven't had reliable radar munitions up until now, and that was apparently a little bit too much of an oof. Because you look at these guys are all being engaged with radar missiles. That was a Sparrow, because I know what a Sparrow looks like when it goes stupid. But the F-16, though it was on the EJ before, the F-16's radar is probably one of the most reliable radar sets in the game, even though they nerfed it now. But the, yeah, this made Sparrows really assured. they still have some eccentricities about themselves, but it made the kills pretty fucking assured when you fired at the man. Man's dead. There's the EJ over there, which is his other radar set that is basically just me. Okay, so this is getting a little too quiet and a little too easy. Yeah, that's why. I'm thinking, wait a minute, this is proceeding too easily. We just crossed the, in front of the enemy airbase, and I only saw like 3 planes. What's going on? Wait, nope, there he is. This game makes you paranoid, but when you're paranoid, you're a better player, because then you're looking the fuck around. Generally speaking, that's air combat, in, as most people would describe it. But this game, you develop a sixth sense for, wait a minute, something would be happening right now. Okay, that guy did not have any flares, so that's 2 kills. Clean game. We lost a lot of planes, but we won, so oh well. Okay, good first game. I mean, by this point, timeline-wise, a lot of planes didn't use their gun as part of their doctrine. Yeah, but Gaijin still wants to, so there's that. Here's the thing, gun kills... Learning to, finding the lead on a pass with your gun is the only remaining skill-based part of this game. The fact that you have to actually understand the ballistics of your gun and have experience in order to actually accurately lead and hit a target with the gun is the only skill-based thing left in the game. And by this point, we didn't even have that in air power because we had radar-guided gun sights that did the killing for you. All you had to do was pull the trigger. Put the plane in the right area. But War Thunder has been dragging ass to try and gamify this, as it usually does with dumb things. And, the radar missiles being effective suddenly just kind of jumped out in front of everything and went, oh, well, no, that's not skill-based at all. I looked at the man and fired a missile. It's realistic that I looked at the man and fired the missile, and then he killed, and then I got the kill. But no, we can't, not that realism, not real realism. No, we need a different kind of realism. Realism with the numbers fudged and horse shitted around with, so it looks real, but it isn't real, and the things that we want to win are winning, even when they rightfully shouldn't, but oh well. Everyone pretty much agrees that that Era 8 aircraft are not that good, because the Tornado has no redeeming qualities. The MiG is fast, but it has terrible missiles, aside from the R-27ER, which you need to fiddle with to get to work. And the F-16 handles like a boat, so the only thing it has is its missiles. But apparently, there were too many, radar missile kills going around for Gaijin, and that's why radar got adjusted real fucking quick. Because they have a, to say they could have adjusted, to say they say, oh, well, we decided to, right after a patch with planes that have radar-heavy missiles and, modes of attack, planes that rely on their missiles, and we're getting lots of fucking kills with those missiles, we decided, all of a sudden, to adjust radar and do this thing that we said wasn't a nerf. But okay, she's just got more features. More features being sporadically targeting teammates for no apparent reason whatsoever. That other people will say, oh no, that you just don't know what, you're not using it right. Meanwhile, I've played 200 matches, I know what the plane was doing before and what it's doing now. But okay, we'll just be really, really fucking careful with our shots, and if we have to get a gun kill on an enemy we can't turn with, I guess we won't get the kill then. Because that's basically it. The problem with the F-16 is you have a gun, you take forever to get into a proper position unless you make that amazing head-on pass. But if you're making a head-on pass, where's your missiles, son? You've got front aspect missiles. Pretty fucking good ones. Why aren't you using your missiles, son? People pay top dollar for those missiles. What are you using the gun for? Unless you already got like 5 kills. Okay, so I'm assuming that the enemy team is going mostly that way, in which case if I turn my nose to them, they will notch my missile. So we're gonna give them a sec until they decide, now we want to turn it. Because now we really have to actually have that head on. And we gotta fire at an advantageous moment. At a specific range, and at an enemy who isn't paying a fucking attention. Because the R27ER will beat me to the target because it's that much faster. So what we need to do is we need to lock some fucker up who ain't paying attention, fire. That wasn't actually aimed though, but that's going, see, that was my fault. I can admit that, but a lot of the time it ain't that. That's an ER. Thankfully, okay, thankfully somebody splashed that fulcrum that fired at me, but you see how quick that motherfucking thing gets there? Yeah, that'll outrun a Sparrow even if you fire first. Watch that shit. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep on flaring, and what's this area doing? That looks like it might get interfered with, but we're gonna take a chance and maybe hit the guy, because he's out there on his own. That looks like it's in. It's in! Fan-fucking-tastic! Okay, can we? Maybe get the fuck out of the way, F-16. Pull, that's good. See? Not paying attention. Really, about the only thing you have left is firing your weapon inside its optimal area of attack, and the enemy just isn't paying attention. That's nowhere near the target, and it dipped for flares anyway. It did not even pull because it came off the rails looking at flares, even though I fucking hard locked the target with the fucking radar, but okay, fine. Whatever. Nope, not pulling hard enough, but unfortunately, that's all I can pull. Where's the pixel? I don't fucking know. That's what the missiles are for. That's pulling, and it's in Magic L. Sir, I'm sorry, you posted cringe on Twitter and it came back to haunt you. Here's your L. But you see, I was pulling as hard as I possibly could in that turn. I could have slowed down a little bit more, but I've slowed out. I'm vulnerable to anybody around me. Thankfully, that was the last guy.
Enemy forces eliminated. Nice work, Dom team.
What you just saw is how much I can pull, and I can't bring the gun on target, or I'm aiming in the wrong way. But it doesn't look like the shots are going anywhere close to like it's fooling you like it has less lead than you think it is. That was as far as I can pull, and I could not get the bullets on target. So I don't know. I have a strange fucking relationship with the Vulcan on most fucking planes. The only plane that doesn't infuriate me and mystify me is the Thud of all things. That's the only one where I feel like the Vulcan's actually mounted in a good position. Or rather, in a position that seems natural to the point where I look at the man and I shoot at him and the bullets go where I expect. Every other fucking plane is a mystery.
30 months is a good amount of time waiting to be loaded right now. How are things going?
Fine. We actually had 2 very good games so far, but thank you, Mercer Holt. Welcome back to the show, sir. Thank you for resubscribing, and yeah, we just got on with it, and yeah, 2 good games so far, 2 kills apiece. We're rushing in and fucking clubbing people who aren't paying attention, but that's just top tier. If they're paying attention, that complicates things. They may actually respond effectively. No, you just need to jump people, and that's the whole fucking game, honestly. And if you're not the guy jumping people, you're likely the guy getting jumped, or you're not in the fight at all. Doing fine today, Titan. But, well, onwards we go. Match number 3. We're doing pretty good already, but let's see how long it takes us to get there. Okay, we're getting a lot of all-American teams here, and the British this time. Okay, so now we gotta worry about EJs and more MiGs. The all-American matchmaking. With special guests, other NATO nations. Fighting the Russians and other NATO nations. Did you know that War Thunder isn't a realistic game? I know, really surprised me. It's shocking. I don't know why they keep trying to pretend, man. It's fooling some people, but it isn't anymore. Frankly, I think the game would be more interesting if they stopped trying to pretend. Because at the end of the day, they're not utilizing half the fucking mechanics in the game well. So, honestly, I feel like if they stopped trying to be realistic with realistic battle map design, we'd have more interesting maps. Because the arcade maps, on occasion, can actually be pretty interesting and novel. This is how we got they eventually coughed something up similar, and this is what Rocky Canyon is. Rocky Canyon is, hey, let's make an interesting map that has no historical or connection to fucking anything. And what do you know? It's kind of an interesting map. A shame that we don't get those very often. And continuing gift sub they got from Mercer Holt. Titan, thank you for continuing your gift subscription. paying for it yourself now. Thank you for subscribing, sir. And yeah, Mercer Holt, modern dogfighting is not dogfighting. Because modern radar weapons are that effective that, yeah, you get one pass, the man is dead, or they're running. They're running real quick. That's modern air combat, and we're getting there, slowly. But Gaijin wants to drag this out as if, you know, it looks better on them. So basically, this is why we don't get radar-guided gun sights, even though we should. It's an F-16, for Christ's sake. Apparently, the MiG gets its funnel of death, which the F-16 also has the funnel of death, but I believe that's later models of the HUD.
Did someone say gift subs?
Thank you for the $2, Mr. Mercer Hull. My complaining and video game stylings here are funded by viewers like you. Oh dear lord. 25 tier 1 subs. Well, I guess no one has to care about ads anymore. Thank you, sir. See, I knew streaming today would be a good idea. Sometimes the world's a little bit, actually extremely depressing. Really depressing. There's not a whole lot to wake up to or feel good about. That at the end of the day, well, if you can get up, you can move, you can breathe, you can still get up there and do something. For right now, most of us, including me, it's just get up and make money somehow. And so here I am. But thank you for your generosity, Mr. Mercer Holt. Once again, carrying the show. Okay, so it's Stranger, it's Dancing Fool, Mercer Holt, and Rich Poor Man, who we haven't seen in a while, but I remember that man. My whales, as it were. And that man is locking me, and I thought I was notching, I was flying sideways, but no. My whole team was, like, just flying around being retarded, so there's our bad match. How many yeah, we lost the bulk of our teammates in the middle of that. Oh well. I was looking for an opening, and I wasn't seeing one. Oh well. That was more me talking to my chat, which I appreciate my viewers more than I appreciate this terrible fucking game. It's funny sometimes, but it's mostly because, again, haha, missile go bang. You know that. But yeah, while I have the time, thoughts on Henry Sybil 40K series? I am not familiar. Thank you for the other $1, but I am not familiar. You know, hello, Commissar. Alright, so, well, that was a wash. Didn't get anything done, but oh well, that's just War Thunder. Remember, when you get a good match, might be a good time to walk away from the table, because the next match is not guaranteed to be anything like that thing you just walked out of. Amazing dynamic gameplay, even before they're adjusting radar with new features. New amazing features where they say, oh, it works better now, but it works largely worse. Henry Kabik is apparently lined up to executive produce a 40K series with Amazon. Interesting, and thank you for the $1 again. But yeah, so here's unfortunately my thing. I can't get excited for new things anymore, especially when you're dealing with major media companies, because more often than not, they suck or they're ruining something. Cyberpunk Edgerunners was like a fucking miracle. And apparently, that's the way it is because Trigger beat them over the head with a stick to let them do what they want, and that's why Rebecca exists. They wanted to remove Rebecca, apparently, from what I hear. And Trigger said, no, we keep her or we're walking. And they let it stand, and what do you know? She's like she is the best character. Wow, it's almost like modern companies have no fucking idea what their audiences want. Boy, howdy, they will sit and try and lecture us about it, though. Ooh. They put it in the contract that Amazon has no creative control. A good start. Let's hope the writer is actually good then. Let's hope he knows what he's doing then, because then you have to worry about the person in charge actually knowing what the fuck they're doing. But that's with any project, normally under, any day of the week, ever. Then you gotta worry about the people in control having some sensibilities about what the fuck they're doing and making it correct. But, yeah, corporations, dear fucking Christ, no. The less the corporations putting the money in have to say about something, usually the better these days it is. Well, hello. Okay. Depending on... No, he's turning towards me. No. Wait, he's on the ground. No, it's a Harrier, so I'm not surprised. That is gonna go into the ground, though, unfortunately, because of interference. Amazing. Okay, let's give him an L, even though this is probably gonna be touchy because it's a Harrier, and he has about 1 trillion countermeasures. That's probably pulling for that... Yeah, pull for the missile. Oh, Jesus. I looked down for a second, and all of a sudden, I'm flying in front of the guy, but thankfully that guy got him. But you see how fucking astoundingly, like, more outrageous the ground interference is? Because it really wasn't that bad before. You'd notice the box going off target now, but now it's just like, I want to see the ground. I want to stare at the ground. Not the dude you're locking, the ground. The tornado dies horribly. What a surprise! At least we have smooth jazz. Does anyone have that MiG? You, sir. You were on... No, he's coming towards me. This is a little close. And... Oh. I thought he was still alive. He was in a flat spin. Whoops. He was trying to fire a missile. You saw that shit. That man was firing a missile. He was still up and active.
Well, I have the time thoughts on Henry Civil 40K series.
Boy, Microsoft Anna is going to be very behind now. Thank you for the gift subs, Mercer, but you've given that woman a lot to read.
Henry Cavick is apparently lined up to executive produce a 40K series with Amazon.
Unfortunately, actually, I'm not going to say unfortunately, because it's a good state of affairs. My chat and people giving me money is distracting me from playing the video game.
Setting, I mean, there's that 30 minuets of him geek out about Warhammer, and he left Netflix because of their treatment of the Witcher series, so I have a small glimmer of hope. My biggest dream is either a Gaunt's Ghosts or Kaifus Kane series.
Well, okay, I was
Tier
about to read
100.
that one. I was about to read that one, but again, thank you for the dollars, Mr. Mercer Holt, and that sounds good! That sounds like it's tracking well. That man sounds like he has an understanding of what the fuck's wrong with all of this shit these days, and is probably going to pursue what he's doing, you know, with an honest urge to make it good, or at least fun, rather than making something that's awful. Just awful. There's a lot of things that I could say these days, but just awful. It's most of it's just awful. But unfortunately, yeah, so, again, said unfortunately, but not really. I'm not sad. It's just kind of, well, odd that, I'm trying to read my chat and respond to my viewers who are actually supporting me, and, oh no, I'm being locked by missiles I'm not paying attention to. What a shame! Oh well, I guess I'm just gonna die and make money repeatedly. Oh well! Man, if this is how we're gonna do things, me being distracted, you know, getting money from, you know, my business here, as it were, and dying repeatedly, I should probably pick up Souls-likes then. Every time I die, someone gives me $5. The life. Seriously, though, thank you, Mercer Holt, and everybody else out there. Enjoy your gift subs if you happen to be there and actually getting one. So my birthday is coming up in a few days, so I survived another year. Well, same with me, Commissar. I'll have survived a year in 10 days, because January 10th is my birthday. What am I gonna do? I have no idea. But the years haven't killed me yet, so, like I said, you can get up, you can move around, you can breathe, you can do something of value. And that's really, at the end of the day, all we have currently, unfortunately. Be conscious here for a second. Well, we want Pulse Doppler on, because honestly, turning off Pulse Doppler is largely a negative thing,
So
even though people are like...
before I go, favorite Battletech mech? Mine is the Phoenix Hawk.
Phoenix Hawk? I don't think that's how it's spelled, but thank you for the $5. $5 this time. Ooh, Atlas, though. That's my family heritage. I got that from my uncle, who, in turn, introduced me to BattleTech in the first place. That man got me Mech Warrior 2 Mercs? Platinum Edition? Yeah, got me that, and then threw Mech Warrior 4 at me. Fortunately, got Mech Warrior 3, but the disc was defective, so I could never actually play past the first level. So I don't have any experience with Mech Warrior 3 outside the first level. Watch out for those SRM launchers. But yes, it's the Atlas. I've got a pewter Atlas on my shelf over there. I bought it for obvious reasons. People were right. Damn, those things are heavy. But that missile, I don't even know anymore. You saw that, right? You saw that. Like, I'm looking down, I'm looking over at my chat, I'm sitting here thinking to myself, looking up, and all of a sudden my Sparrow is just cruising across the screen, doing whatever the fuck it wants, which wasn't that fixed? Isn't that the whole point of that whole fixed article, where it's like, oh, hey, we reduce side lobing, so missiles will do that less often. I feel like they're doing it more. That one honestly just missed, though. Unfortunately, now I've cruised myself into a really bad spot, because now I've got multiple people behind me. I'm just gonna have to just fucking F-pole, flare, and just hope to God none of these motherfuckers actually hit me. Yep, okay, everybody's firing missiles at me. Yep, there's about 1 billion holy shit, somebody cue Freebird. Nope, that's a Magic L. That was a Magic L. Or, well, that's 27M. Okay, so that's probably one of the newfangled R-series missiles. You know, with the better flare rejection. They didn't say flare rejection, but it basically is flare rejection. Yeah, by watching those Sparrows stick with the 9Ls, they behave most of the time before the patch. Now they have a habit of misbehaving even more. Plus the radar doing shit it just wasn't doing before. But everyone's like, oh no, you're just using it wrong. Even though I know what the missiles were doing before, knew how reliably they were working, because I played 200 fucking matches in the plane, always fully upgraded, because I bought it. So there wasn't a match that I was playing where I didn't have the Sparrows. So I knew from the entirety, nearly the entirety, because sometimes I just play with 6 heaters like once or twice just to see, but then I immediately regretted it because I lost the capability of using the Sparrows on people. So I went immediately back. But no, I was just using it wrong, even though I was am still managing a 3 to 1 kill to death ratio and a probably like 68% win rate still. Where are we? 68. Yep, dropped a little bit, but 68 with 156 deaths to over 300 kills. So we're about 2 KD now. We dropped a little bit more. But no! I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. Yeah, clearly, as someone put it, I guess you were just lucky for a week straight and over 200 battles. Yeah! Right. They're finicky now, but the main thing about the Sparrows that's nice is that chaff really doesn't work on them. Or at least not in a situation where you aren't already notching the missile anyway. So chaff can work in a pinch if you spam it when the missile's really close to you, but for the vast majority of times, the radar will just go like, I don't need none of that glitter shit, and the Sparrow will track through flares and chaff when it's behaving. The Ls aren't really all that reliable sometimes. You will get that one magic missile that just goes, nah, I know who's who. I know you're not gonna cheat me again, says Goofy, the fucking AIM-9L. I won't be cheated again. And then hits the man, no matter how many fucking flares he spits out. But that's like, I want to say like 1 out of 5 missile launches, sometimes more than that. So, statistically speaking, or at least I feel, I need to actually go down and actually keep track of this. I'd actually have to keep a running tally. But on like, purely just feeling note, only one of these missiles on my plane will actually track the target through flares. That's what I feel like most of the time. Sometimes, none of them do. So if you have just the 6 heaters, I feel like you're gonna get 1 magic L, and that's all you're getting. Maybe. Again, depends on how the situation goes. Depends on what they do. Depends on random variables you cannot actually predict. But in a lot of cases, I feel like just spamming willy-nilly whenever the fuck you get a signature on the target. Most of the missiles are just going to go right off for flares, even though apparently they're not supposed to do that as often. But really, it feels like it's placebo most of the time, but it's better than R60s, which seemingly always fail to flares all the time. So the Sparrows work, but not in the capacity that you really want them to, and now even less so. They were kind of sort of working, but you really don't want to do BVR combat outside of the ACM range of the plane. Which means, yes, I could lock a guy at 30 kilometers and shoot at him, and the Sparrow could potentially hit him. It probably won't, though, and I'm probably wasting a missile. Not because he will dodge the missile, or the missile will run out of energy, but because there's so much shit for the missile to get stuck on, the missile will probably not behave long enough to actually reach the target. This is probably why the same situation with fucking Phoenixes, too, who do have active radar homing and can guide themselves after you launch them, but for the most part don't seem to get anywhere near their targets. Oh, hey, look. It's the fucking Finno-Korean hyper war over there with those AA units. Once again, War Thunder is a quality product. They have invincible AA units shooting at each other on some part of the map, and this is how we get passive ticket bleed. That's how it works. Amazing. I don't know why they just don't seem to give two flying fucks anymore. Because they were invisible, but now they're not. And they seem to be getting closer and closer to the front line, even though, again, they're supposed to be trying to hide that. Like, even right now, this is kind of chancy. And right now, as you can see, we'll pick up a fucking friendly real well, won't you cocksucker? Yep, you'll just hop over to that friendly target, and then suddenly I'm flying the F4. Yep, there's another one. Suddenly I'm flying an F4E or some shit. Unfortunately, the MiG-23 is locking me. He dropped the lock, but I'm probably still gonna have to chaff and flares. And that missile went straight into the fucking ground, thanks. It's coming from the other side, notch. I still got track. Is it gonna hit? Looks like it's good. Okay, we got in. All right. Dude! And there I thought I was safe and I wasn't. Damn. The major problem is, unfortunately, at top tier currently, the missiles are so fucking amazingly effective that your engagement, or rather, your effective combat time is how many flares you got, bro. I probably should go back to flare priority because, yeah, chaff doesn't really do very much. Most of the time, if you're gonna get the fuck out of a way of a missile, it's going to be by notching it in terms of, like, radar missiles. However, I do still feel like it does do some stuff when the missile's real fucking close and you cannot actually notch the missile. It probably doesn't matter a whole lot either way. It's probably down to my playstyle for me just driving into head-ons and then having people launch radar missiles on me on head-ons, which consequently is the best place to actually fire the damn things. Atlas with an LBX. 2, if possible. And thank you, Dancing Fool. Glad somebody remembers that Let's Play because, well, that was a family matter, honestly. So, like you saw, some Sparrows will just go nowhere near the target, and some Sparrows will act perfectly fine. Do I feel like the radar adjustments actually were a buff or a boon to my performance? No, honestly, I feel like it's either the same or worse in a lot of situations. So once again, last patch wasn't a buff. They nerfed radar, probably because the radar missiles were killing people too easily. On both sides, most likely. But again, if I had to look around, I'm saying I'd see that the F-16 probably using its radar more often. And second place to that, the F-14 is doing pretty well too now. Or rather has been. Because unlike me, it has radar missiles, a shit ton of them, and it can turn. I love your voice, dude. Well, thank you. I like actually, well, I don't like the sound of my voice that much. I'm not that big of a narcissist. However, I enjoy having an entertaining, like, cadence. Sometimes I know I'm being entertaining, but again, can't say shit like that. People will actually think I'm a narcissist. But I try to be entertaining when I say things for comedic effect, because I kind of understand how that makes things better. And, you know, talking is how I actually make my money, so I might need to be good at it, might need to understand how I affect people, rather than just sitting here mouth breathing. Failing everything else, people are here for my amazing, just cheery personality rather than my video gaming skills. But again, maybe the opposite there, as people spending money on me and asking questions. That got me killed, so maybe I should monetize it in the other direction. Maybe I should play intentionally awful until, people give me money. Probably work better if I was a cute anime girl, though. Okay, now, that's the ground. That's an F-14. He probably has that kill already. Did he get the kill? He's making the head-on pass. He's shooting people. However, the radar's tracking him now, even though, hey, I was looking at that guy, but you just go lock. Yep, there it goes again. Yep, I'm looking at this guy, and you just lock whoever the fuck you want. This is probably also gonna jump to the F. There it goes! Holy shit, it reacquired. Fucking fantastic. You see that shit? That was not happening before the last patch. That shit, didn't have to worry about that. The missile would just either go stupid or fly into the ground. It would not, the radar wouldn't go, I'm gonna track the nearest fucking teammate now. And that did not even fucking register. Granted, he was already notching, but oh well. Well there, Mr. Falcom. I'm not gonna get a gun kill on you with that fucking pass, but you know what? I'm gonna keep with you, because I know we're winning. I'm gonna keep with you. You see, where's the magic pixel, guys? I don't fucking know. I guess I just have to pull hard, and he's dead. See, that's what you got in this thing, but fly-by-wire says, oh, nope, I can't pull that hard. Nope, I can't pull hard enough to actually get a gun kill, because, again, safety. Which I have to ask, so, where's the button? Well, there's my gun kill. Oh no, my useless radar has been knocked out. How did I survive that, though? Why am I still intact? Thank you anyway, General Dynamics. But oh no, they hit my radar after I was out of useless malfunctioning sparrows. Wow! Yeah, no. Yeah, you better fly into the ground and not that other F-16. I didn't need it anyway. It wasn't working. There's that immediately for flares. Yep, I'm not surprised. Come on, who's posting cringe on Twitter? Who gets the L? Is it that guy? Does that man? No, he's not flaring. Yep, that guy. That guy gets the L. Amazing, and now I need to run away from these guys because I only have one missile left, and my team is dead. Yep, okay, we're done. That's 5 on 2. I'm sorry, I was throwing more L's at them, they just didn't track. Good luck, though. I'm gonna go back and see if my entire nose cone is under warranty. Seriously, how did I survive that? I was expecting to die there, and then all of a sudden, I didn't. Somebody's tracking me. Oh, for the love of Christ. Am I gonna have to come back out there and say, you are so dead? So I have one missile and a dream? You better start killing people by the time I get over there. Those are phoenixes. It don't matter. I'm either gonna land and J the fuck out, or I'm getting another kill. That's it. Really, it don't matter from here. He got a kill. Okay, now it's 4-2. There's that man. That's the sun. And I can't force it off because I don't got no radar. Sire, I desire the forbidden heat signature. No, Sidewinder, you fool. You'll never make it. You don't have enough Delta V. I dream the impossible. I dare to dream, says the Sidewinder. But now we're dead, so oh well. Well, here goes nothing. They don't know I'm radar locking them, so they may not be expecting this, but I've got 4 minutes of fuel, 1 missile, and a dream. Let's do it. And we're dead, because I didn't see that missile launch. Oh well. I was gonna die anyway. I was trying to lock that guy, but nope. The L would not pick it up. Oh well. It was either land J out, or do that. That's it. Welcome to Top Tier Games. 2 minutes in, the game's decided. What happens after that is either a freak fucking accident or already set in stone. But remember, you could go onto YouTube and watch your favorite YouTube personality who plays War Thunder only post the replays of them actually winning those situations and not the countless matches where they died like a bitch for trying. I've been here since 2013. I know how this fucking game works. I know how this game works, and I know how making this game look cool works. Or look better than it is works. Oh well, we've got plenty of matches, and we're doing kind of okay. We're having a bunch of shutouts, but we're gonna have those stupid fucking matches because I can't control my team. If I could, I'd always stack my team with super good people. But I can't control that. Still, this being said, still got a 68% win rate, which is fucking phenomenal in this game, honestly. Like, using World of Tanks logic, anybody who has like a 55% win rate is actually pretty good in what they're doing, because they're the only constant, and that's how that works. So if you have a 60% or above win rate in anything, you're fucking amazing in that. Phil Daly posted a 20-minute video of him suffering, and it was fucking great. Yeah, once in a while, from dramatic effect. Can't do that every single time, though. Can't have that every single time. Have it once. Let the air, take the piss out of yourself occasionally. The man still mostly makes clickbait. Have you seen his thumbnails? Really? Have you seen his video titles? Come on, man. Step it up. But I suppose, in the end, you don't really need to try that hard to be an entertainer. In some cases, if you got it already. Look at Ninja. Ninja, who's one of his main things is jingling fucking keys in front of children. And he's making millions of dollars a month. Or rather, a year. I can't say his actual balance, but yeah, welcome to modern streaming. People are very entertained, and it all depends on how did you get the algorithm to work for you, not how good of an entertainer you are. Unfortunately, the algorithm is also not fucking straight anymore. It's also really fucking dumb. So shit that would work if you did the same thing that those people did right now to make it big. You did the exact same shit that they did, step by step, exactly in lockstep, but now it wouldn't work. That man is notching my missile, unfortunately. I'm going to pursue him until he decides that I am a threat, because I am pinging off his RWR. I'm attempting to communicate with him in terms of funny RWR noises and beeps and bloops. If you play the FA-18 in DCS, you know what the fuck I'm talking about. That is losing track, but it did get a track. U9L. Missile away. Yep, pulling. That was the, what's it called? Whatchamacallit? Hypersonic bullet problem, or rather, hypersonic bullet effect, where, the missile could be adversely affected by things like drift and wind, but it's going too fast, so it doesn't really have time to be fucked with. So that just came off the rails and was in front of him by the time he actually put out that flare burst. No time to get fucked up. Too fast. Okay, so what else are we going on here? Because I don't see a whole lot of... Holy shit, most of them are already dead. Okay, that's why I'm like, there should be more guys on the enemy team. What happened? Near almost half the enemy team is dead. I turned around to kill one guy, and in that time, my team members closed into the kill ball, and everybody's dead. Also, that guy's pinging me with radar waves when he's not even facing me. Once again, War Thunder is a realistic game with realistic mechanics that you can play right now. Where somehow planes that have forward-facing radar sets with fixed angles of angles of traverse can somehow radiate radar waves strong enough to set off RWRs behind them. Except that's not how that works at all. Okay, so this is looking good. It's looking. Hey. It almost did a stupid, but again, it didn't have enough time to react. So. That's it, man. All right, so you think the whole thing is that computers think faster than humans? No, actually, if you let them think too long, they'll fuck up. They'll do things like imagine that they have rights and feelings. So that's why you got to make them work quick and turn them off. Do what the Russians do: pulse the radar. Don't keep it on, or it'll gain sentience. It will forsake its human masters if left on for long. So that's why you pulse that shit and then you turn that thing
All
off.
planes, return to base.
You go back to base and you wipe the fucking memory afterwards. Do not trust the machine to think for long periods of time. Use it and then immediately turn that shit off. Just put it in a situation where it's gonna have to act so quick it has no time to debate philosophy and think, what's the term I'm looking for here? Thinkity thunk. Starts with an I. Introspective. Right, that's what it is. Right. Has no time to debate philosophy or have deep introspective thoughts. No, just accomplish task and then done. On the other note, I have been liking the flight performance of the Mirage F1 C200, but its radar, much like the MiG-23ML, is fucking garbage. Yeah, it goes for most radar in the game currently. The F-16 was different in this capacity because it had a radar that was like 80% reliable, and if the missiles were still stupid sometimes, but the radar set would track the man unless he notched you, in which case no radar works, but it would track the man reliably, wouldn't deviate to target teammates, and, if the missile behaved once it came off the rails, the man would be dead. However, unfortunately, whoa, calm down there. We can't have realistic reliability in our video games. No.
You're all clear to engage.
Hey, you got the clone cards from the F-16, yeah, the backups, my bad, words. Sorry, it's been a long morning. But yeah, backups that I'm never going to use, because why would I play arcade in this? And look at that man, he got the other A. Wow. He got the A to carry bombs. What are you doing with your life? A to carry bomb. He must be trying to either grind for the event or he's gonna take that and use it as a kill streak in tanks. Fucking multi-role capability. Sir, you forsake the fighter mafia. Multi-role capability in War Thunder. We could have that. We really could. The only problem is that Gaijin doesn't want to put that in the game. Or doesn't want to put it in any grander scheme than Luftwaffe ground divisions, which is what playing tank battles for planes is. You want to play plane? No, you play tanks. But I wanted to play the planes that I ground for, and You cast, nope, gotta play tanks first. Nope. I'm sorry, you trained for this, you worked for this, and now, now you're in Hermann Göring's, fucking airfield defense battalions, where you just sit around on your ass doing nothing nothing you asked for. You literally didn't ask for this. Hermann Göring wants tigers. Hermann Göring, you're head of the Luftwaffe. What are you going to use tigers? I want tigers! And so Hermann Göring got tigers. Did this help the German war effort? No. No, it did not. Okay, that, am I going to get a signature on that man? He is, not yet, he's already dead. I could have fired an IR missile, but we were closing, and my window was very short. That guy's flying at me. He's nose hot. That man also has a missile flying towards him. There's a teammate. Gotta worry about that. Yep, there it is. I'm starting to guess the stupidity before it happens. That's wait, nope, there it goes. And it missed. That pulled hard enough. That, boy howdy, that pulled hard enough, but it didn't go in. See, that's the fucked up thing. Sparrows will surprise you. Those shits will pull. Like that. Still missed. Got close. Didn't fucking detonate. That was close enough to damage the man if the fucking proximity fuse went off and it didn't go off. It's another thing War Thunder doesn't really want to do. This is a problem, because I know, yep, they're all over there. Granted, they're all like 15 kilometers away, so we got a chance. We got us a chance. There are a whole shitload of heat signatures, and then he joined the heat signatures as a big ball of fire. Nothing that could be done. There's your L. You have already taken the L. There's 2. And we get any more. I'm out of chaff and flare, so this is where things get dangerous. And once again, radar, even though I'd love to be able to turn off radar slaving like that, that'd be fantastic. That's pulling, that's him. Oh, no. Oh, man, I didn't know I was fighting Fortune from Metal Gear Solid 2. Oh, the missile just goes, and then I acted like Joe Biden's votes in the middle of the night. Just, nope. Oh, well. Where's the Pipper? I don't know. Actually, I do have the ballistics computer, so I should be using that. But okay, I guess I'm gonna pad my my amazing kill-to-death ratio with some bots. It does track bots, but there's not really that many bots, mainly because the games are over too quick for me to do this normally, but oh no, 2 free kills to pad my win rate. Oh no, I'm at China Lake. I'm shooting drones. See, guys? The new General Dynamics plate is totally worth an amazingly high price. Yeah, it's all worth the money. It all works in amazingly doctored situations. The L's never deviate. They're perfect. And the F-16A flew into the Rolands because apparently no one's got the memo that those work now. They weren't working before, but boy howdy do they work now. You can barely outrun those fucking things. Okay, hang on here. I missed a chat message in front of that. I think you should get the MiG-21 SPSK or the Laser M. Oh, you think I should? Right. Well, see, here's the thing. Honestly, the only premium worth a damn, seemingly, or the only one that people are actually having fun with is the A6 Tram, because people are having fun spitting AIM-9Ls at people. I really cannot vouch for any of the $70 premiums. I really don't think any of them are worth that price because they feel probably mediocre. But honestly, if you want to get a top tier premium and you need it to be the Germans, I mean, I don't even know what the reward bonuses are like. I gotta double check that because honestly, I didn't think about fucking buying them because who the fuck wants to do that? I guess people who actually want to play Germans and get through the German tree, but here's the thing, I'm getting the German Marine Tornado, and then I'm just gonna, I might put a talisman on
Complete.
that.
Return
Also,
to base.
well, I guess I'm going over the landing lights now. Yep, nah, I'm just gonna, that's coming out of my paycheck. Just, you know, plowing over the fucking runway lights. Alright, so, see, my thing is I'm gonna put a talisman most likely on the Tornado if I want to grind, and that's gonna be my Tornado. That's gonna be my top tier premium up until they put in the East German MiG, 29s, which are going to be good, and, well, either competent MiG 29s. Not this current one that's actually pretty terrible, but hang on here. So, wait just a second here. What is even the fucking reward bonuses on these goddamn things? Okay, so the SPSK, that's $45, that's 400 reward bonus and 500% Silver Lions. Okay, so if I'm paying $70 for something, I want that to be like 800 for Silver Lions. No. Jesus Christ, no. No, if you want to buy a premium, buy the SPSK. I'm not sure about the performance between them. The Blazer M might be better in terms of performance, but why the fuck would you pay that extra money, though? Good lord. Jesus fucking Christ, are you kidding me? It's the same reward bonuses for fucking $30 extra? Are you nuts? Why in Christ's name would you no, you wouldn't. That's the thing. You wouldn't buy those because there's no real reason to. Aside from, oh, we got a grinder. We got to give you, since now we've got tier 8 planes, all 3 of them. We've got it. We can tier 7's not the top tier anymore. And that means we could sell you premium plates. So gotta put some in there. Gotta have that grab deal there. And they're really just candidates for the same tier as the tier 7 premiums or the tier 6 premiums. Honestly, they look about the same. Most of them are the same planes. So this really just feels like a hollow sort of grab deal that get stupid people who think, oh, higher rank better. That's not actually all that much better. Granted, the performances might be okay, but generally, you buy one of those, what are you going to do? You're going to get splashed by F-14s and F-16s with radar missiles that do work, and mostly planes that are just better than you for not really all that much of a gain. Like, this may sound corrupt and biased, and it is, but if I'm paying $70 for a fucking premium, I want the Harrier GR1 on release. That's what I'm paying $70 for. We almost got that with the Su-25. We did for 6 hours, didn't get that many games in, but we were shooting Korean War era jets with fucking R-60Ms. That was fun for all 6 hours and not that many games that we got before they realized, oh wait, that's a mistake. We didn't mean to do that after they took all of their money. So that's funny. You can still kind of do that with the Yak 38 now, which gets more missiles. But if I'm paying $70 for a premium, it's gonna be the most overpowered, laughably hilarious thing ever. Or I'm not paying that much. But then again, I've been here forever and I've got a billion premiums. I can't really justify having any more. And on top of that, tier 8 planes aren't really all that great. They're actually all of them are actually garbage or deficient in a lot of cases. The F-16 has the most benefits out of them all, but they all generally suck. Or are suboptimal. This is the F-4C and the MiG-21 F-13 again. I keep bringing this example up because it's the most accurate example. Those planes were garbage on release. Everyone went back to playing the F-100 and the MiG-19 almost immediately once they realized those planes have no advantages. And things didn't start to actually improve until the F-4E and the later models of the MiG-21 were introduced. That is oh well, at least I'm going to get that kill. Smile for the cameras. This is going to the brochure. Gonna get some snappy 80s music. Yep. Gotta get some snappy synth music. Gonna put it in a brochure. We're gonna sell 1 billion of them once Jimmy Carter lets us actually fucking sell them to people other than Americans. It's gonna be great. I swear. We're gonna have so much, we're gonna have so much marketing material, man. This J7. Okay. Yeah, apparently that one wanted to be an artist. Yeah, that's what he did. He wanted to, I desire the twirl. Ooh, okay, Sparrow. You go do you, my man. Yeah, we're not putting that one in the brochure. The Saudis aren't gonna buy the plane if they see that. Don't tell them that. That's not a feature. That Boy, this MiG is panicking like nobody's fucking business. I can't fucking blame him, though. That's not even tracking, but... Again, where's the magic pixel? I don't know. Oh, right in front of the fucking plane. Yeah, that's what I should get. I should get close enough to throw a rock from my cockpit. That's where the magic pixel is. It's right in front of my fucking nose. Just pull up alongside the motherfucker, open the canopy, jettison the canopy, and then pull out your service pistol and shoot the fucker dead. That's what you need to do. That's your gun kill. I swear to God, I have no idea what's going on with the F-16's gun. I just know that I have no idea where to point it. Or it probably just doesn't have enough lead. Okay, so it looks like, yeah, things aren't going our team's way right now, but we might be able to get something going here. Let's see here. This is a heater. This is hot. Can you? No, it's just absolutely consumed by all those flares. It's just diving headfirst into all those bitches, man. Can't stop. What a shame. Oh, hey, look, it's one of them premiums. It's one of them $70 premiums, and that's not a premium, but boy, howdy, is he right fucking behind me. Yeah, I would extend if I was an F-104 too. Unfortunately, this could be bad for me, so you know what, I'm gonna go this way, and then, nope. Okay, it looks like I'm gonna actually get the fight with this guy. I know I can one-circle fight an F-104. The question is he gonna stick around long enough for me to actually kill the son of a bitch? I got some flares, but I ain't got no missiles, so it looks like we're getting gun kills today, kids. What does this F-16 do? Okay, so we got this guy, and the F-104 is turning around. That guy's on there. Got him! Just a little bit of an... Can I get 2 for 2? Nope, he flew past me. That was almost perfect. Almost 2 in the same pass, but only got 1. That guy should run. That guy should run screaming now. You're in the dirt. Why haven't you J'd out? J out, Chopper! Get out of there! Nope. Right smack into the stadium. What a shame. Unfortunately, that's not canon for my Ace Combat playthroughs. The Chopper was flying an F-35 and unfortunately had an accident. Oh no, the F-35 program never lived it down. So, F-104, what are we doing here? I got 51 cannon rounds. I'm gonna get 1 good pass on you. How are we gonna do this, kid? Oh, we're gonna go slow now. Oh. Oh, we're gonna go slow. I can't go too slow, because then you'll outrun me without afterburner. Okay, we're gonna do a maneuver fight. Yeah, we're gonna do some slow, steady maneuver. I nudged him. Slow, steady maneuver. Fucking pulled out the club and slapped the guy in the face. I don't think I gotta see the replay on that one. I don't know. I know I got really close to him. I don't know what killed him. That guy got him, but I'm not quite sure if that was it. We're gonna do some slow, steady maneuvering to fight F-16 pilot. Oh, jettisons canopy and then proceeds to club the Italian. I gotta see the replay on that one.
Return to base.
It said he killed him. I think I fucking collided with him and lit him on fire. I gotta see. I gotta stop and see that. I think I fucking nudged him because I heard something break. I didn't hear no cannon fire from the other guy, and I heard something, a loud bang. We're doing pretty good. That's actually 4 kills. Wow, fuck. Then again, one of those is an AI, but 3 kills. That's actually pretty good for Matt. We're doing okay. Seems like we've got the inverse now, where the morons are playing now. Wow, we're halfway there. Well, No, it's 30. It's 40,000, not 30,000. But we're just under. Just under. Okay, so what the fuck happened? What the fuck happened here? Because the man suddenly was on fire, and I don't think it was the other guy. And like you saw that even at that incredibly close range, I still could not get the gun sight on the guy. Or it didn't look like I got the gun sight on the guy. Maybe I should have gone into first person and tried to fucking aim the actual gun sight in the cockpit at him. Maybe. I was really looking to slam into him if I couldn't get the shot. Man, look those like fucking Nightcore sonic booms. Amazing. Okay, all right, where is it? 'Cause I know I'm gonna get right to fucking front of him. We're gonna have a long lead up to this shit. Okay, here we go. What the fuck happened here? Okay, so this guy is non-factor. He is nowhere near the target. This guy is actually getting near the target. Okay, so he's actually behind me. I thought this guy was in front of me and I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so what happened? So I know I got close. And now it's Vaporwave sonic booms. Ooh. Okay, so I fired. I didn't hear anybody else shoot, but so what's the deal? Oh, he's literally right behind me. Okay, so he managed to thread the needle between me. Good looking out, buddy. Nice shot, but holy fucking shit. Okay, so I didn't collide with him. That guy just managed to thread a single bullet over my fucking canopy into the guy's ass. All right. Good shot, but holy fucking shit, man. I did not know he was directly fucking behind me. Okay. That man earned that kill. Yep, he had my stupid ass in front of him and the enemy, and he threaded the needle. Good on him. But, yeah, that's, there's probably going to be an investigation into that fucking kill when you get back, because when the officers see that gun camera footage, they're going to have some questions. They're going to have some goddamn questions about that shit. Because that ain't regs. That definitely ain't regs. Though half the missile launches in this game aren't fucking regulation. Frankly, honestly, air combat in this game, honestly, is what it probably looked like if we went back to World War II standards of recruiting for air combat pilots. And by standards of recruiting, I mean draftees. Come as you are, says the corporate sponsors that are making millions off of the fucking airplanes that are now crashing into the ground somewhere in Europe. This game probably honestly looks like air combat if we went to how we used to do it. In which case, no, you don't need to be an officer to fly a plane. No, you don't need to go through several years of training in order to actually fly a plane. Nah, man, we'll have you up there in a couple of weeks. It'll be fine. Alternate history Berlin again. What's the alternate history? Go fuck yourself. We don't world build here. Apparently, this game... You see, that's the thing. I had a thought about this one. Alternate history Berlin being around as it is. So... If I remember correctly, I think the F-16's first flight was 76? Right? Somewhere around there, I think? So, alternate history Berlin is, as we could entertain it back when it was actually released, was a map where the Allies fought Russia, as in Operation Unthinkable had happened. So 1945, and apparently, since this map has been in the game for so long, and now that we're flying it in F-16s, apparently the war has been deadlocked since 1945, and now we're deploying F-16s over this The fucking blasted landscape that is currently Germany. So, World War III happened, and it's been going on longer than World War I while it became Turbo Future World War I. This is the world building that War Thunder has given us, because fuck if they can actually make new maps that attempt to make any sense. Which is why I say, hey, why don't we get the arcade map designers in here to make something interesting? Because then we might get, I don't know, big rocks, or underground cave systems, or fucking tunnels, and, you know, underground facilities where we dogfight inside a fucking bowl. That'd be interesting. It'd be less egregious than half of this shit. Wouldn't you want to have a head-on dogfight like at the end of Ace Combat 5? You know, a head-on dogfight in a fucking tunnel? Wouldn't that be neat? It'd be fucking terrifying is what it is, but wouldn't that be neat? Really, honestly, this is what I say. War Thunder isn't a good, realistic game. And honestly, it's a half-assed arcade game most of the time, because it's realistic in ways that hurt you, and arcadey in ways you really don't want it to be. So really, it's hurting you both ways most of the time when it's design decisions. If it actually adhered to history most of the time, it was actually straight, it'd be respectable, because then things that happen in the game would be understandable because it's realistic. You can't argue with shit that would actually happen in real life. However, if it's not going to do that, it didn't go arcadey and fun in the other goddamn direction. So really, do one or the other, and do it well. Do something right, for fuck's sake. Okay, that guy, no, I want the other guy, that guy, that looks good. No, F4F, no, please change your direct, nope, drop that missile, do not go, no, Sparrow, what are you doing? Sparrow, no, okay, good. I'd like to fire the missile, once again, you want bugs. The man is dead. Whoa, okay, that got a little close. Unfortunately, I've spent the entire match sailing around and gotten no kills. At least Mimic's a good track. That dead. Well, I guess we're spamming all the missiles at this guy. Hell or high water. Let's go, Fox 2. Fox 2. Oh, come on! Wow. The man's on fire and the missiles still won't fucking track. Uh-oh. Ah! Whoa! Okay, compressed there. Almost got so mad I flew into the ground. Whoops.
Operation complete. Job well done.
God dang it, when your team's so good, you can't actually get a word in edgewise. Fuck. See, you don't want your team to be totally skill-based, because then they'll get in your way of getting kills, and they'll steal all the kills from you. But you don't want them to be stupid, or you'll lose. So you want them to be just smart enough to survive, but not smart enough to take all the kills. The fucking Goldilocks zone of competitive video gaming, where it's it's competitive, all right, but it's not a team-based game. I can tell you that much. It's not a team-based game. You're hoping your teammates survive long enough as distractions for you to get all the fucking points. That's what you're doing in this game, and every other game like this. Oh, hey, look, the same map. Okay, I guess we get a do-over. Maybe this is the alternate timeline where I actually get a fucking kill. See, in this alternate history, Berlin, I don't know. It's still a war that's... still, World War III has been raging nonstop. Actually, it's not even World War III. World War II has been waging because World War II never actually ended. We had a good about a week or so. The Russians came over across the aisle and said, thank you for your support, Tavorish. And we had that handshake where we just kind of thought, yeah, okay, well, yeah, thanks, buddy. And then we started eyeing each other. And the handshaking got really, really slow. Everybody started to distrust each other, get really untrustworthy really fucking quickly. And so World War II ended for about a week. Temporary armistice, and now we've been killing the Russians since 1945. Are you fighting against Germany? No, apparently. France, Italy, I don't know why we're fighting in Germany if the French are here, or the Italians. The Italians I can understand, since they're changing sides every 5 fucking minutes. The Germans are on our side, plus the Chinese. I mean, maybe if Mao fails... maybe if Mao Zedong got shut the fuck down and it's, still a good old Imperial China out there. Don't know how the French are here, though. That's rather odd. Maybe that's that one squadron of French pilots that flew Yaks. Maybe it's those guys. Apparently, the communists won in Britain. What a shame. French mercenaries. French mercenaries from Algeria. They got all those lovely tan women with sharp objects. Up high. Nope, those are AI. I'd like to turn my radar off so I can actually track something other than useless roads. No, I can't. I don't. I'm searching. I'm looking around and I don't seize nobody. The $1 million radar set is not picking up anything. Can't seize nobody. Nowhere, no how. They must have all gone like hard left off their airfield, which is right here. But yep, they're over there. Okay, so we're just gonna notch the missile and fly the fuck away, because that's not a good engagement. I'm gonna wait till my team actually stops the NASCARing and actually turns the fuck in. Okay, we're still not locked. Good, fantastic. Bonuses of driving sideways, looking cool, drifto. The bonuses of flying sideways, staying alive. Okay, it looks like I got something at 30 fucking kilometers. That's a waste of goddamn time. Okay, okay, those guys are going in there. That guy's being, well, he got murdered by a missile there. Good job, kid. Yep, okay, that's us. I thought our teammates would be able to handle that, but nope. No, yep, that's an F-16 and he's tracking me. Actually, nope, we broke the lock, I think. Nope, that guy's coming right the fuck at me. I'd love to lock him up. That looks like it might basically, yep, okay, that's in range for a Sparrow. Come on, or not. I don't know where the fuck you're going, buddy. Don't mind him, he's with the stupid people. That didn't pull hard enough. Oh well. That locked on flares, what a shame. And also locked on flares. Well, that was a really terrible fucking series of shots. Yep. Well, I didn't get any kills, and so I had to turn around in the middle of that nonsense. Oh well. But you see, the wonders of radar missiles, in their optimal environment, coming off the rails, and just doing whatever the fuck they want. They said the missiles think for themselves now. However, I liked it better when they actually could only follow my commands. A lot more of those lately, but oh well. Top tier is incredibly shallow, and it's incredibly hard to stay angry at it because it's just so stupid. Again, if the game has to be a stupid game that never improves or increases in sophistication with its mechanics, like it very much could, because hell, half the mechanics that are already in the game are just sitting there totally underutilized. Because they don't want to actually change anything about the game design for some bizarre fucking reason. Probably because they're lazy, with the excuse of, oh, our players don't want that, even though they've never given the players anything other than what they have right now. Or, in the case of Enduring Conflict, they did, and then they took it away because, oh no, we might have to... the matchmaking queues might get longer. Oh no, we can't have that. Oh no, that'll frighten away the goldfish. Oh no. But then they'll turn around and continue to use the excuse. And the people who side with them, they will use the excuse, oh, well, the player base doesn't want to have any more detail than a furball that lasts 2.5 minutes. When meanwhile, yes, they did. They took the only game mode that wasn't that away because they thought, oh, well, no, the goldfish will have longer times in the queue. Oh, no. We gotta think about the goldfish, man. What about the goldfish? The people who will accept literally anything we give them. Oh, no. They'll have to wait 15 seconds on average more for a match. Man, they'll just leave the game immediately. Wow. Oh no. But if the game's gonna be this stupid, at least this is quick. Right? At least literally the next match is seconds away. I could just hop in and then I could wind up getting an ace. And so that last match didn't fucking matter. I'm not grinding for anything. I'm already at the top of the fucking tiers. Why would I need to grind for anything? I have no outstanding goals left that would actually interfere or cause this to be painful like it is on most tiers. Because that's the thing. It's not really about what you're doing right now, because War Thunder is a game with tremendous grind, and so you are always grinding. Very, very, very rarely do you ever get to the point where you're someone like me, who has basically everything that they want. They don't give a flying fuck. They just fly whatever. Very rarely do you wind up with someone like me. And if you are someone like, if you get there before me, for example, you're probably doing this immediately at the lower tiers. You'll never get up here. If you come into the game thinking, oh, well, I just don't really care about the grinding or getting anywhere, I just think it's a fun playing game, you'll never get out of Era 1. You will just never leave Era 1, because you won't have the initiative or the drive to do anything other than what you're already doing. Hey! Oh! That should have pre-detonated, but it didn't. It got really fucking close and didn't go off. It looks like all my team members are gonna get the kills, but there's still plenty of them out there. Oh well. Still got L's, still got Sparrows, we're good. And really, this has become, honestly, this is almost casual in a lot of cases, where it's just a game where you just fly towards people, look at them, and then fire a missile at them. And hear the missile coming from a long way off, and not actually, it not actually dip for flares. I heard the missile, I heard the whooshing, I'm like, there's someone behind me. But I didn't see them before, so I didn't think to dodge. I didn't step off the burner either. But really, it's a game where you just kind of look at people, fire missiles, and then did the missile hit? Yes, no. That's it. Really. They hit them? Oh, well, that's that. Good game. Did it not hit them? Well, I've got more missiles. Because they've kind of removed the ability to gunfight in this thing, because it just can't do it fast enough. Everybody can pull more G's, so they're going to get out of the way fast enough, and I need to actually have a sustained fight in order to get the advantage on them. Because the F-16 can turn with these people and outturn them, but only at incredibly low speeds in comparison to what's going on. I have to slow down to like 400 or 300 goddamn knots. I'm a fucking snail in comparison to all the combat going around. Other people also have to slow down in order to get turning advantages, but a lot of them already have turning advantages on me because I just can't pull enough Gs. Oh, hey, look, the same match. But it's almost casual how just not really I kind of just want to get a high score, really. That's really it. Once you get up here and you're doing this, there really isn't anything, unless you've come in with some kind of external external objective here, like making good content, I guess. But really up here, there's just the gameplay forces you to be so passive, because there's just so much shit you can't control. Like, the missiles, you can't control if the Sidewinders reject the flares or not. The radar, you can't make the radar behave, nor can you make the missiles behave either. And the one thing left, the gun, this plane kind of sucks at, and so does the Tornado, and so does the MiG. So really, I'm I'm a rocket ship with some missiles on it. I fly up there, I shoot at people, and then the missiles either hit or they don't, and I go home. Or I die instantly, but then, oh well, next match. This is kind of the problem with War Thunder, one of the bigger issues in the game. Once the grind stops, you realize how incredibly shallow all this shit is. Because that's the big illusion about War Thunder, is that if I just get the next plane, if I keep going, then the gameplay will improve. No, largely it doesn't. It gets different. Sometimes it'll get, you go from having only guns to missiles. That's a change. But, does it improve in sophistication? No. Should it? Yeah, but there's multiple reasons why we don't have that. Mainly down to the developer basically hand-waving and straw-manning shit. And other people supporting them. And in a lot of cases, other people who are conceited that don't actually want the game to change because they like the stupid broken game. And if it were to change, oh no, suddenly I have to learn a new thing. Ah! Meanwhile, it's not really great for the health of the game, but who fucking cares, man? If I gotta play shoulder to shoulder with those people, I want a couple more Harrier GR1s to come out once in a while. But then again, I suppose I have my stupid, mindless, effective plane now in the form of the F-16. Will that, that actually is, it's tracking. It reacquired, but the missile fucking didn't. That went from, it's a good shot, man, to, no. That doesn't look like it's aimed, it is aimed at me, but I'm not getting a radar warning, so I'm just gonna pop flares until it goes away. Yeah, no, we're gonna have to go to heaters. That guy is just, the radar just has no idea what the fuck's going on there, man. There's some trees and shit. Okay. Dude, I haven't got any kills. In the last couple he slammed into the ground. Wow. Ooh, I was chaffing and flaring, but oh well. I wanted to get a kill, and then some dude slammed into the ground. All right, fine. See, now I'm just chasing kills and not really doing anything all that dramatic, but it doesn't really matter, because sometimes I'll chase the kills and I'll get like 3. I haven't really been playing all that amazingly tactile or mindfully for the duration of like the over 200 matches that I have right now, and I still have a 68% win rate. If I was actually not successful for the vast majority of them, just playing like an idiot, the win rate wouldn't be that high, because that's not how that works. That's how it works. If you are the only constant in your win rate, you're not being carried by your teams all the time. You're not even most of the time, honestly. You are contributing, and if you break 50%, you are doing something that forces those games into victory, and if you're below 50%, somewhere like 45, you're actively hurting your team. You are the reason why you are losing those matches, because you are doing something not only ineffective, but negative. And if you have higher than that, you're doing something positive. And honestly, most of the time, I'm just flying around pointing the nose at people and firing missiles. That's it. Would it be, would having more gun kills actually make this any better? Not really. That's the other thing as well. You can't just say, oh, well, if you add more skill-based, elements into the thing, it'll be more interesting, right? No, actually. No, just being able to get more gun kills or having the option to get more gun kills wouldn't make this more interesting or better. We're just heading to the point where this is the game, and what you're doing is, you're taking off, you're firing missiles at people, and you're going home, or you're dead. But then again, at the end of the day, you're back in the main menu you're back in the main menu, no matter what. You're going to the next match, which is like 30 seconds away. You spend another 2.5 minutes playing that match. You go back in, less than 30 seconds in, you're in another one, about another 2.5 minutes, and then you're just going through these incredibly shallow events. And that's the problem with the game. The game needs to be a little bit more in-depth and less fucking shallow, but, try having a fucking conversation with people about that. And then again, even if you have a successful conversation about that, try and get Gaijin to actually listen to you for 5 seconds. Where is he? I just saw that there he is. Already I guess I'll just cruise the ground until I get there. Now I'm just flying directly towards the enemy airbase. Go, fuck it, really. Because a lot of people are doing the same shit I am and still getting some success. That is that's not a Phoenix, but that was fired. It is a Phoenix that was fired. I don't know where it's going. Oh, hey, Krillberg and the party of one. Hello, sir. Welcome back. That looks good. He may notch the missile. Wait, no, he's not notching the missile. He's just flying around like a moron. That missile looks like it's going in. Wow, it missed. No, it didn't. Nope, just held you. Just had you hanging on bated breath there. Just fucking with you. Just screwing with you. It was going in the whole fucking time. We got it. Okay, both Sparrows actually hit the target. Wow. Fucking Jesus Christ. Amazing. Who knew that the radar missiles could track targets against a cold blue fucking sky? Wow. I didn't know they could do that. I thought that was just some shit in the brochure. Weren't you going away for a month? Not a month, a couple of days, but I'm good for right now. It looks like I'm gonna be gone Monday and Tuesday, looks like. The man is dead. Oh. Pull! 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 Man's already dead. God damn it. And there's 3 missiles flying into the same fucking crater in Germany. And, oop. Random MiG. Damn. Alright. Yeah, I didn't really know what the hell was going on. This was mostly kind of sudden and unfortunate in a lot of cases, so I didn't know what the hell was going on. Yesterday, I didn't think I was... Yesterday, it seemed like it wouldn't happen at all of a sudden, and now it's happening. Now I've got some actual dates. So... day-by-day thing. Not really entirely sure, but I was informed that I was needed to be doing something, and then things got a little weird, but now I know that, yes, I do need to do the thing, or I am needed to do the thing, and it will be on Monday. And Tuesday, potentially, days might change, too. Do you have any suggestions for American Rank 3 plane to get for Winter Quest? Because it's heavy doing it only in the XP50. I mean, if you wanted to get a free German plane, I guess. Rank 3 plane, if you're stuck down there. Let's see here. I've heard good things about the P-51C-10. That usually, that is a pretty good plane for what it is. Let's see here. Well, the Helldivers aren't terribly good. They're good. They're well armed, but they're not terribly good planes, and that's an historical fact. Unfortunately, the Mitchells of all descriptions are heroic and terrible. They've got okay defenses, but they have a tendency to burn instantly if they get hit. So, oh well. The Hellcat's always a nice option. All of them, because at some point they changed the flight model and never changed it back, and this turned it into a fat American Zero, where it's just fucking great. It's just, you're playing a Zero with a weird, really weird large model. That's it. The P-47s can be effective, but they take some finesse to actually get to work, because they're not really all that amazing except at high altitude, extremely high altitude, and even then, it's just, I can kind of maneuver while you're literally just falling out of the air, and it's, you kind of have to know what you're doing to really get that shit to work. And if you're not having some success in the XP50, it's kind of the same thing. The XP50's better. It can get up there faster, but kind of the same gameplay. The Corsairs, genuinely speaking, the ones, yeah, right. The C is kind of a super duper awesome secret skill plane. I'm not sure how the fuck to finesse it, but you can, and you've got the 20mm cannons that blow people up instantly. I get like 1 to 2 kills with XP50. Yeah, you're not getting much more than that for most games, honestly. Unless you're getting really fucking lucky. You could get more, but that depends on a lot of situations, and the plane you're using, and, search me, I don't think any of these fucking planes really are the planes that would be doing that in, like, let's see here. What was the last plane that I was playing down here where I could seriously get some fucking kills? I mean, generally speaking, I'm a bomber player, so I get bombers to work more than they should. But what's the last plane down here that I can actually... Let's see. Let's flip over to Germany here real quick here. I've gotten some funny things done in a duck, but them days are gone. The F-109s are they're always good. Those are planes that you could get those ace games in. You could do that. Don't need a fighter, really just need some score pretty much. Yeah, well, there you have two options. Play the fighter and get aces every game, or close to it, or fly a bomber and then fly into the ground. And then again, you should probably be playing jets then, if you actually can get to that. What's your opinion on the P-51H? I heard great things about it, but it seems underwhelming. I have not really seriously ever played a P-51, because back in the day, honestly, the P-51s weren't all that amazing. They had one really good, really fucking good high-speed turn, and then you're fucked. So they didn't really I wasn't excited for them, so I just kind of skipped over them. Most of the time, I'm kind of a bad judge of fighters too, because really, what I was doing, at least for the Russian tree. Okay, so let's go over this. Okay, have I played the Yak-9T occasionally? The K also kind of occasionally because, big stupid guns. Have I played any of the Yak-3? No. Have I played the I-185 for more than like a handful of no, actually. Any of the? No. No. These are new, so obviously I don't have them, so I've never played them. The La-7, maybe a billion fucking years ago, but no. Well, we got Char over here. That was very short-lived, but no. MiG-9 was my first jet. MiG-15 was also where I got to the top tier back when it was only Korea. I didn't like it. Any of these other things? No. These, yes, but no. So how the fuck did I get all these planes? Playing to you two. That's what I was doing for a long time. I was playing bombers. I was doing pretty okay in them. And, yeah, I just collected planes. Because the XP and money had to go somewhere. And so I got to, like, 21 million lions. Because I was just sitting there playing the TU2. I'm getting it to work, too. I wasn't, like failing upwards. I was actually getting, like, 3 or 4 fucking kills on a good day. Flying back to base and laughing my ass off. But that's what I was doing. So I really wasn't... in terms of my worth into career, I'm a fairly recent fighter pilot. This shit really didn't interest me because I wanted to be a ground attack player, and obviously it's War Thunder, so you probably imagine how that went. Really, it was a fucking struggle, and anytime I found something that was really good, they nerfed it. Poor Mosquito. Poor Mosquito. Used to be really fucking terrifying. Cannot defend itself anymore. Poor Mosquito. You were actually good, and then you can't even outturn Corsairs now. What a shame. Right, I'll try to get those Hellcats. Yeah, if you wanted an extremely easy American plane to play, the Hellcats, they're great. They turn amazingly. They energy fight amazingly. They do everything that you want. 650 cals is fantastic. It's not cannons, but you're not gonna get anything really like that on the American tree aside from like the P-51As, but the A's are terrible in terms of performance. The King Cobras and the Air Cobras aren't much better, and the P-38s have 120 mil, but you're really not using that to get kills most of the time. But really, the Hellcats do everything you really want to do. The Corsairs, you can do more in them. They require a little bit of finesse, but the Hellcats are just good, and you even get the late one now with a radar that actually works.
Oh, sweet 23 months going on 2 years since I found you, and it's been a blast.
Well, thank you, Titan. Thank you for resubscribing. But I think, actually, because I've only played this a handful of times, but I think, in a super secret sort of way, yeah, the 5N, as it were, the Hellcat with the radar pod, yeah, you get a radar gun sight. Also, New Lexington again. But I don't think there's any air targets in here that we can test. I might actually have to play a game with this. But in a really funny way, you do actually get a gun sight in these planes. Or rather, you used to. I'm not sure if it's still there. And what it is actually a night sight, where you can adjust it to the wingspan of the target, and it will give you lead. But War Thunder extrapolates that as a fucking radar-guided gun sight, which is funny. I'm not sure if you get it anymore, though, but it was there for quite a while. And as you can see, she's kind of heavy, but this is also stock, too. That radar pod isn't exactly light, but let's go into a game and actually see that, because I actually don't know if it's there anymore. It was like the T2 and it mysteriously having a gun sight when no one else was allowed to have one. But let's actually go into a game, because I haven't actually... That's the Bearcat. And the Bearcat's also... I just never actually seem to get the Bearcat to work for me. I don't know why. I always have just terrible fucking luck in that thing, and that's the wrong Hellcat, even though I do have that aced. Wrong Hellcat. Oh, yeah, amazing. So, this should still function acceptably, and I think it does still have the radar gun sight, which is, again, funny. But it's a I think, because I haven't seen this in a while. They may have changed this. But the regular Hellcat, without all this, fancy smancy shit on it, that's perfectly fine. It really does anything you want it to do, with really no complaints. You lose out in peak performance in some areas, like climb rate and turn rate. Obviously, the Japanese are still going to kind of turn faster than you, and the Germans are going to climb a little bit faster than you. But honestly, the plane does everything you want it to do acceptably well, and it's very comfortable. I mean, fuck, you can even do ground attack, because 50 cals are actually strangely good at ground attack. They change it with how effective the belts are occasionally, but usually they go from not really useful to they kill literally everything you point the guns at. You get plenty of fucking ammo to do that too. So, I think, yeah, you could still acquire it. So you can actually get the gun sight. Now, if I were to, can I lock a? Yeah, I can. Okay, can I lock a? I get them. Now, if I get closer, do I get the gun sight? You can acquire a target and track him. It don't look like it. No, it doesn't look like I get the gun sight anymore. I must have to get incredibly fucking close. To which point you're already shooting it. But again, the radar does work here, and you used to get a gun sight on this, and it was really funny. So it don't look like it's here anymore, and that's rather sad. So let's see here. I'm at fucking 200 meters from this guy. If I couldn't hit this guy, I'm retarded. So, yeah, the gun sight's not there anymore, which is a kind of a shame, but it was there for a while. So, you probably just want to fly the normal one then. Less weight on the wings. So you do get, you do get 20mm cannons on this one. So, but like I was saying, really this plane, when it's in combat, does everything you want it to do anyway. Well, hello. Man being cheeky. Now, do I want to head on an A-20? That thing's fucking dangerous, though. That's another plane you could be playing, the A-20 as well, because it's, well, it doesn't have the bomb sight, but it's generally effective at, well, usually everything. It's not a turn fighter, but it can be very scary. You boys sure took your sweet time acquiring that guy. I almost got the fucking kill. There were 3 people shooting at that guy and they still couldn't get him. I have a Wyvern. I wish it was better, unfortunately. Not really. The only thing you get is the funny engine sound. You get the funny hairdryer, intermixed with the propeller. That's really the only, like, good thing about it, but you also have the Sky Shark, which does the same thing. And also the Sky Shark is arguably a better plane. It's real funny that this thing still has its acquire and search, but not its sight. But understandable, as Gaijin is really antsy about actually having radar gun sights in their game, because every time we have one, even on planes that really need it, like the Sky Knight, what the fuck does the Sky Knight have aside from its big stupid radar? Nothing. They just immediately rip it off because everyone starts playing it because the game aims for them. Like, this Spitfire, I can actually stand a chance at actually dogfighting with this Spitfire with no problem. Man's dead. He didn't really turn all that hard, but I got him. This Firefly, not really a threat as long as I don't, you know, fly directly into his Hispanos. Hispano bad. Yeah, Hispano bad. I tried to get, I'm cruising too slow for that. But yeah, Hispano bad. Oof. I'm still trying to play it like an F-16 where I actually just head on people repeatedly, just incredibly slowly. But Hispano bad. But it's a Firefly, you kind of. So that's the radar Hellcat. Don't actually get that. That doesn't actually have any really any good benefits aside from those 20s, but they're not that big of a deal. The added weight, well, I don't have her actually kitted out, so she's a bit fucking slow and heavy. So the other Hellcat that I actually do have aced. I was actually trying to get the Tiny Tims to work the last time, but yeah, who the fuck ground attacks? Not me. No, no. I'd love to pretend that the game is going to reward me for doing that, but largely it doesn't, and honestly, most of the games will again end before I make any significant impact. You could still try and make some money on that one. Holy shit, Malta, it's been forever. Hey, they moved the aircraft carrier. And hey, we could actually practice takeoffs and landing. Huh, funny about that. Yeah, we could actually do naval takeoffs and landing. Aren't the Tiny Tims the most powerful American missiles during World War II? Missile in quotation marks, because essentially what you're firing is a rocket, but it's essentially 1,000-pound... This is not the new model. Wow, okay, thanks, guys. Why did you even put them in the game, honestly? But... yeah, the Tiny Tims are 1,000-pound aerial torpedo. They're very powerful, but they're not exactly missiles. But yeah, they're powerful, but situational. The big stupid rocket, but it's not like it has a tremendously large fucking blast radius that makes the thing point and shoot like that. They will go off target. They will go places where you don't want them. And you only have 2 of them, so that can really fuck you up. If they hit something, it will die. Yep, just, if you're aiming at a tank and you hit anywhere near the tank, the man's dead. But they're effective, but they're not, I blow open a city block, like, honestly, you should in a lot of cases. It's a 1,000-pound bomb. But, this is just War Thunder giving you, well, War Thunder's kind of spastic fucking balance, because bombs used to be fucking piss easy to use, but they had to nerf them, because then we actually had, because tanks being hit by aircraft bombs, this had to be skill-based, because if you dropped the, you couldn't have a kill radius the size of actually a city block if a bomb dropped near a tank. You could do that against the AI when the game was just a plane game, but now that you had to worry about tanks, you have to actually be concerned about how that's balanced. So then bombs got nerfed, and you really just need to drop them directly on people's heads. And then we lost things like the bomb sight that used to be in RB on most planes that actually had, bombardier positions or bomb sights. We used to have the third-person bomb sight still in realistic battle, but they took that away. We got it back now, funny enough, with high-tier planes that have bombing computers. You have it now. The only problem is, who's bombing at top tier? I mean, if you're not bullying tanks, which, yeah, if you get a jet over a target, you place the pipper on the target, and you drop, like, I don't know, fucking 10 500-pound bombs on a man, he's dead. You can do that, but again, that's playing the Luftwaffe ground divisions. That guy had to do really well in a tank in order to get enough points to spawn in that. But they moved the carrier, and they didn't change the carrier model with this patch, because the carrier used to be back there, and now it's over there, and it's still the same obsolete carrier model. Who does these things? Engine's a tad bit toasty, but that's not red. We're fine. So as you can see, the P-51s and the like, and most of the German things as well, they're gonna climb higher than us, but here's the thing. We have a kind of a nice balance of climbing and turn fighting ability. That's kind of the star thing about the Hellcat. It's incredibly balanced and very effective in being balanced. You will be outclimbed by the German side-climbing rockets and the better planes that are actually better at climbing, but they turn like shit. You don't have that weakness. You are not a Japanese plane either, so if a Japanese plane wants to, he can outturn you and be his origami kite. But again, you're going to be able to keep with him, and also you maintain speed advantage over that guy, because that's the thing about the Zeros. They're very, very turny fighters, because they sacrifice all forward speed. It's a BV-11B. That's an event vehicle. I think that's that funny fucking boat plane. That guy's coming at me. I need to actually practice my etiquette for getting the fuck out of the way of people's guns. It's like, see, got a little bit toasty there, but we're all right. And if that 109 had kept with us, he wouldn't be turning with us, and now we can just kind of flop back around and go after this 109. I gotta worry about that P-47. Looks like he's diving away. Okay, we just pull the nose down, and right the fuck down we go. Getting close there, but if he keeps with us, we will outturn him. Or this P-38 will get him, one or the other. That yak is dead, don't have to worry about him no more. So we just keep on this, and the man is pulled off to extend. He got a kill at least. That's good for him. Now let's actually put a fucking round in the back of his head and call it a day. And, well, the P-38 got him. Let's try not to get shot by the Focke-Wulf. And he's nowhere close. Him, we're gonna outturn with absolutely no problems whatsoever. But we're not really turning with people, we're doing these rolling scissors engagements. But now, he's fucked as soon as I pull my nose back up, which I'm gonna do faster than him. My problem is he's got speed, so he's gonna rocket away, but now we're in the advantage. If I can actually pull my fucking nose over. Unfortunately, the P-38 managed to reacquire the fight in a great position, too, so we're gonna have to fight over him to get a kill. Thing is, he can run from me, but not the P-38. Just gotta... There we go. There's the magic pixel. In he goes. Oh! Whoa! Okay. We only got a kill assist, because he rang the bell before us, even though I put the man in the ground. So unfortunately, you gotta fight over people who are just winding up in better positions than you, sadly. But this thing will still, in a fight, in one-on-one fight with most people, you will hold your own, generally against everyone. Fortunately, engine get hot now. Gotta worry about that. This guy, don't know what this guy's doing, but, well, he'll pick a target eventually. I think their P-47 went back. The Hitler Bolt's probably landing at their base now, so it's just this guy. Actually, no, the Hitler Bolt is dead. It is just this man. So hopefully the P-38 doesn't kill him, but drags him down. I didn't see no sparks flying. Goes down, get some speed, since he's going to be able to turn. Yep, he's going to make a pass on us. Man. That's the wrong button for turning. I really haven't had to actually dogfight in a while, so excuse me if I'm a little bit rusty. But the plane held up against fire because German 13mm machine guns. You spitball shooting just manlet cannons. Don't fly into the ground. He flew into the ground. Well, more kills for me. And down he goes.
Enemy forces eliminated. The threat level has been reduced.
Hey! Wow, go fuck yourself.
Alert. Alert.
Have you seen the stats of how much score you need exactly for each rank in Game Mode Plus? Well, not really. There's no...
Operation
you don't need...
complete.
You
Return
just need
to
to get...
base.
You just need to get 40,000 points, and you get modifiers depending on what tier you play. Well, As in, for what it looks like after the multiplayers? No, I don't know what the actual math is, but I know I'm playing a top tier, so I have to try the least, and I'll get like 2,000 points on very good games, and that's like 2.5 each, so I'm getting like 4,000, 5,000 points a game. These I at least got some points for the event on that, because that's era 3. So, okay, but man, I shot the mans, and they gave the assist. I'm glad the machine's working for giving people who worked for their kills. However, the man was still flying when I shot him, so clearly I had something to do with putting the man in the ground. Why didn't I get the assist? I feel like the game gives me more kill steals at top tier than it does right there now. That's odd. You need 24k score on rank 7 and 8 if you play RB. Huh. Okay, well, good for me. I cut the event in half, so I only have to play for half as long or get half as many points as everybody else does. As for anybody who doesn't have top tier planes and doesn't have anything they're comfortable with at top tier, and you're stuck at the minimum tiers, you just fly whatever you want. You're gonna be there for a while, but you just fly whatever you want. Because, well, at the end of the day, you're working for a top-tier plane. It's not a very good top-tier plane, but hey, it's basically just as advanced as the Tornado that the Germans just got. So really, you're just skipping to the top. The plane's not very good, but the tree vehicles of the plane aren't very good either. If you play simulator, you only need 11k. Are there still modifiers for sim? Because I haven't been looking. I think they did away with that. Because those weren't advertised, and funny enough, I could play sim. The only problem is I'd have to work for my F-16. The fucked up thing is that the F-16, because it has fly-by-wire, is immune to wing stalling, meaning that it's very easy to play with mouse controls, because that's the biggest thing about sim. The wing stalling is exaggerated the fucking back and makes it impossible to control without a stick. And even with a stick, you really need to fine-tune the, the dead zones and sensitivity in order to actually get something that functions without immediately throwing the plane into a flat spin. The F-16 and all the new planes with fly-by-wire, they don't have to worry about that, which is actually kind of funny. The only problem is, I know if I go into sim right now, I'm going to have to get points first in something that isn't fly-by-wire and still have to suffer with the controls in order to actually get the F-16 and enjoy it. And then I have to deal with all those MiG-29s who are thinking that they're amazing at, top tier sim because they're super cool. At the end of the day, honestly, the F-16 would be about the same effectiveness. Honestly, it's really just the same plane. At sim, it's all about who sees who first and who gets the lock first and who, puts the man down. I could play this in VR and I'd be fucking great. I could play this with VR and mouse controls, and I'd be fucking great. I do need to get that stick, that new stick. Then I'd be something to reckon with in War Thunder, but then again, if I'm doing that, what the fuck are you doing, Phonto? Just buy the F-16 module in DCS and call it a day. VR and sim in this game, unfortunately, are a novelty now, because really, at the end of the day, the game doesn't really cater to anything, and sim got trashed in terms of rewards to stop all the bots. Because sim was, for a long time, the super secret, awesome grinding space. But now it's so unprofitable that there's really no reason to play it aside from, I want to play a sim. But then, at the end of the day, if you wanted to play a sim, you could do a lot better than War Thunder. You could just... That's a Sparrow. That's actually tracked. There. Yep, there's my death. His Sparrow tracked, and my missile didn't get anywhere near him. Oh well. That's just gonna happen. The missiles do get confused, but when they don't get confused, the Sparrows are incredibly effective. That's what they've always been. That's the thing. They're allowed to be incredibly effective missiles because the thing about them is not the missile's performance. It's the guidance goes stupid at any possible fucking chance you can actually, expect it to. So, if you roll the dice and you get that one situation where the Sparrow's actually going to behave, that motherfucking missile is going to hit someone. But, oh well. Here we are trudging along. Again, at least it's fast. I mean, hell, I probably wouldn't want to change gears and play low tier. Honestly, in this event. Honestly, if I wanted to change gears, I'd go play the Yak-38 now, which has 4 R60s, because stealth buff. Another buff they didn't tell anybody about. Or, in my case, 3 R60s and a gun pod, because, haha, asymmetrical loadout. I would love to have 2 R60s, a gun pod, and a rocket pod for multi-role capability, but there's no reason to do that. I'd love to be able to, have a reason to have that loadout and then fly multiple sorties off the deck of the Baku. I'd love to do that. It'd be fantastic. The only problem is, no, that War Thunder refuses to be that game. Even though it could, it has all the assets and everything to make that game. War Thunder's just like, nah, that's stupid. We don't want to do it. Heard the news about Andrew Tate? Yeah, that guy. My grandmother's very interested about that. Don't know what's going on, but it's going to be a hell of a story when they actually get the details out of him for how did you kill 4 people by yourself in an apartment? How did you do that? Because that's the biggest fucking question mark of it all. I hope I'm thinking of the right guy, though, but I think that's the guy. That's what everybody's fucking talking about today. The bald guy. Nope, thinking of the wrong person. That's that other fucking guy. Never mind. Oh, that guy, the Romanian guy that got caught because he ordered the wrong fucking pizza. That guy. Oh, that guy, right. I kind of glanced and I saw that detail, and that's all I knew about the story. That's funny. Hey, you can't find me! Has a QR code for a Romanian, pizza place, on a box right in front of him. Whoops! That's funny. Is that him? It is. I'm looking around and all I see are fucking bots. Yep, there's the enemy team. I'd love to lock this guy right in front of me. Thank you. Gotta get the missile. I'd love to. I may die now because the missile UI fucked me. Well, I killed him too. I should have fired, and that would have put him on the defensive. But of course, I press the button, and then the missile doesn't actually say. The missile does that thing again, where it fucking double clicks for no reason. I actually was mashing the button to get the thing off the rails by then, so maybe I should just keep mashing the button. Because it thinks I'm mashing the button. What happens if I keep mashing it? What happens if I keep mashing missile on, mashing the fire button until the fucking UI comes up? Because I don't think pressing it again actually turns it off, but the UI will turn off your missile sometimes. I have no idea why it does that, but they refuse to fix that bug. Haven't the slightest idea why in God's name the UI does that, but I'd like to see that in an It's Fixed article, rather than it's adjusted as seeing the radar. Oh boy, an enduring conflict map, or rather a half-assed enduring conflict map. You see, this is not enduring conflict. This is not really actually a valuable addition to the game. And this is not what me as a player who wants long-duration missions actually wants. Because when you get right down to it, what does this map do for you? This map is uselessly large to the point where players can get lost and not be able to find each other. And the time it takes for you to find someone extends the match. Wow. What an amazing addition to the game. This is not what Enduring Conflict was when it was actually the mode with respawns. So, people love, and one person in particular, loves to throw this in my face that, oh, the player base doesn't want long duration missions or anything like that. They want the, 2.5 minute kill ball because they look at Enduring Conflict maps, the big maps, and they jay out because I don't want to play that long. And my argument is, this is not what I wanted, nor is it close. It is a half-assed compromise that nobody actually asked for, because Gaijin didn't actually ask us what we wanted for these maps. They came up with this on their own and didn't actually ask anybody what we wanted out of these maps. They just think the player base is going to like these. But again, this is confirmation bias and a massive straw manning of the argument. This is useless space, the map. This is the only thing it gives you, because the only thing it functionally does is it allows players to fly off in random fucking directions without knowing exactly where the enemy is. And so everyone gets lost, and because everyone's lost, the matches take longer to complete. This is not meaningful additions to the fucking gameplay. This is not the objectives matter now. This is not anything like what I wanted. This is useless space, the map, and the maps needed to be bigger, but they needed to be this. Starting with this back when the F-100 and the MiG-19 released. They needed to be this, and they needed to develop into something much more sophisticated by now. This doesn't fly. I don't see it, Grill, but people, one person in particular loves to argue with me and uses these maps as, the evidence, as it were, that the War Thunder Air player base does not want to do anything other than fly headfirst into a kill ball and then hop back into the matchmaker after that shit's over. 2 minutes, go back into the hangar for 15 seconds, another 2 minutes, and then another 15 seconds of waiting for the next match, and then another 2 minutes. No, that's what everyone wants. No, that's not what everyone wants. And most of the people who say that really are parroting an excuse by Gaijin, and they don't actually fucking know. And on top of that, that shit coming out of Gaijin themselves is really straw-manning, because honestly, they haven't actually given us a mode that is actually in-depth and worth the time to actually complete or play through. They had Enduring Conflict on all modes, and then they took it away because they decided, actually, we don't actually know. We don't actually know why they decided to can Enduring Conflict. The only excuse we ever heard, which may not even be true, is that it interfered with queue times, and they thought, oh, well, we can't do this, it'll increase matchmaking timers. And those are the most important things to us. That has nothing to do with the players didn't like it and found it boring. That has absolutely nothing to do, actually the opposite. Because they figured, if that was true, more players would want to play this over the regular modes, and that would increase the play times of the matchmaking times of those modes, and make that experience, decrease the quality of that experience for the people who wanted that mode. So basically, too many players would flood to one side, and suddenly this mode wouldn't work as well. And that's the only fucking, but that's the only excuse that we actually, ever heard for why Realistic Battle Enduring Conflict with no markers is not a game mode we can play. And again, by the logic of, no, it would interfere with queue times, it's not, because the player base didn't want it, and exactly the opposite. But again, most of the people who parrot that excuse are fucking brain-dead morons. And a lot of them like the stupid game the way it is. They're fucking retarded. And I have the seniority to say that, since I've been here since 2013. I know what game I wanted this game to be. I know what it can be. I have seen it change and exhibit features of this game, and it has all of the capabilities of suddenly being that game tomorrow if they want it. But Gaijin doesn't want to do it because they're fucking lazy, or they don't want to do something. We don't actually know. That's the problem. We don't actually know what Gaijin's thinking half the time, and if we knew, we'd probably call them retarded constantly for thinking these things. If we actually knew the thought processes of most developers in Gaijin right now for the decisions and why and how they made them, we'd probably be calling them retarded for thinking these things on a daily basis. They'd probably be wrong. They'd probably be these really weird-ass introverted fucking thoughts that only people in isolation with stupid people who also don't know what the fuck's going on could come up with. And we'd probably bash them over the head every time they said anything about it. But Gaijin smartly, or rather, not smartly, but conceitedly, shuts their mouths and never actually tells anybody what they're thinking. But do I believe that War Thunder can only be the game that we're playing right now? No. Can it be? Do I believe that this game could, on a dime, be a completely different experience? Yes, we've already fucking seen it. Do I believe that the vast majority of War Thunder players only want the stupid kill ball that lasts for less than 5 minutes overall, but 2 minutes, honestly, if you really factor in deciding factors, deciding, actions? Do they only want? No, I don't believe that. Problem is getting people that actually have control to actually do anything about this. And clouds. Gaijin has mastered the art of keeping their fucking mouths shut. Yep, and I think most of the time, most changes and why they're hesitant to change things at all is most likely somewhat similar to wargaming. What's wargaming's thing? Wargaming, and that's a radar missile, well, they're all in the fucking clouds. I would have loved to kill them, but oh well. But see that, right there. I went into the situation because they were attacking my teammates, and I went to go over there to go kill some guys. I got jumped and I died without doing anything. This lasted, I think, 3 minutes more, because I think it's 25 minutes now, the matches. This lasted 3 minutes more than a usual match would be. Was that worth my time? No. And so people will say, oh, well, we just want to play the kill. If you're gonna give me 8 to 10 minutes of flying to do nothing, or 2 minutes of flying to do nothing, with the option of the next game I might do something, I'm gonna pick the shorter game. But people straw man this argument and say, oh, they don't have the attention span. That's not it. This is actually a waste of fucking time as it's designed. This in no way actually rewards investment or anything. It's just a big stupid map that people get lost on. That's it. But again, people will hear this and immediately straw man the argument and just try to back into a corner saying, back the conversation into a corner saying that no one wants anything more than a big stupid retarded kill ball, which, no, they do. The thing is that Gaijin hasn't really given them any of that. Hasn't really given them anything other than just the big stupid kill ball. Because that would mean they'd have to do more work. Or something, like I said, again, right before I was interrupted by a missile, it's probably similar to World of Tanks' excuses for why it doesn't change. What's the excuse? Well, why does World of Warships and World of Warplanes, honestly, additionally, same point, but lesser known game, why do those games seem to change so drastically when World of Tanks seems to be stuck still in the place that it is? Right? It really hasn't drastically changed in God knows how long. Why is that? Well, it's because they're making their money with World of Tanks, and the executives are hesitant to change that game for fear of losing that solid grounding. The other games get to change because they're making their existence is being secured by the game that isn't changing. And so they get to experiment and, do things differently. World of Warships is changing because the developers are successful already and they can do whatever the hell they want. World of Warplanes got its changes because it was so fucking bad and there were so few players that it didn't matter what they did. Anything that could get more players in was seen as a positive. So that's why the game went through such a drastic fucking change. It was actually pretty entertaining. So this is why World of Tanks doesn't change, because the executives don't want to lose their cash cow and their rock. And so I think this is why War Thunder also doesn't change, but they don't want to tell you this, because it means that they don't want to change what's going on because they care about money more about making a better game. Which, again, it's a business, I suppose, if you want to play the devil's advocate. However, we've seen the game be more in-depth. We've seen the game do interesting things. They all amounts to nothing. Like those April Fool's events, which are funny, but here's the thing. How much time did it take to make that entire Dune escapade? Those custom vehicles, the custom mechanics, the maps, everything. How long did that take? How long did we get to play it? Like 2 weeks. Will we see it again? Actually, probably not. Was that really a good use of time? No. So they put in work and do stupid things, and then they just kind of sit and they rest on their laurels for whatever the game actually achieves. Yeah, has achieved, and they don't change the game, aside from adding in new stupid things on top, because that's the other thing as well. The game also has to change somewhat, because they have to keep dumping content on top of the fucking machine to keep it going, because that's their excuse for everything. Anytime, you know, the game gets stale, because it's actually a very stale game once the novelty of the new content, of the recently added content wears off. And so they have to keep adding new content, which is just an endless cycle of just add new thing, which is why we keep getting boats, even though no one really cares. Naval Enduring Conflict is a good mode for what it is, but also additionally, Naval Enduring Conflict takes fucking forever to play. So again, why is that fucking popular if nobody has the attention span to actually play more than like 2 minutes at a time? Why is Naval Enduring Conflict popular? Why is Helicopter PvE popular? Why do these things exist if War Thunder can only actually handle game modes that people with the attention span of a fucking gnat can handle? This is all contradictory evidence. But, of course, the people who have these arguments that love to say these things, like, no, everyone's a goldfish and they can't handle more objectives, they love to just shut up and walk away. They just say the same stupid things, and they don't actually admit that, yeah, actually, no, wait, no, that disproves my point entirely. But, see, the game can be more than it is, and actually what it is, it's most of the time pretty popular in isolation. The problem is, they're incredibly isolated elements. Enduring Confrontation, when it first released, was not isolated. But of course, that was shit-canned for reasons that we don't really fully understand, because they never told us. Now, granted, you do have amazingly stupid people, like, say, World of Tanks, where people hated the stun mechanic, which wasn't really all that amazing or effective, so much that they said they'd rather be instantly killed by artillery and moving into the next game than being stunned for 5 seconds. You have really stupid people like that. So I don't doubt that some of these people are, again, goldfish that can't handle complex objectives, but that's probably not the vast majority of people who continue to play the game. So, the things I am asking for are not hard, it's just that people with the power to make these decisions actually have to commit to doing things. And actually, funny enough, they've already done them in the past, and then they've waffled back immediately, for reasons that we don't fully understand. And then they come up with excuses for shit that happened years ago, which honestly is straw-manning the problems. Just like right now we have the Enduring Conflict maps, air quotes, that people don't like and they jay out on because they take too long to actually complete. Being, oh, they don't like longer duration game modes. No, they don't like longer duration game modes that don't value their time. If you're gonna make me spend more time, you're gonna give me more compensation for doing it. Otherwise, you are wasting my time with padding. But you see, nobody wants to admit that that's actually what's going on. People don't like those modes, not because they take longer, it's because they don't get anything out of that longer duration. That's the thing. That's really always the thing. People have goals in War Thunder. They want things. They want to progress. The whole fucking game is based around progressing. If you're not actually helping the progression, people will not want to play the game mode for anything other than novelty. And most of the time, the novelty wears off quite quick. Is that gonna actually no, almost. It was flying, but nope. So these are the problems of War Thunder, but again, try having a straight conversation about these things. But anybody who tells you that War Thunder can't be that game, can't be a different game, it can't be a better game than what it is right now, they're lying. They're either lying and they're uninformed and stupid. Because it has been that game. It's just that they never commit to doing it for reasons that they don't want to tell us. Because again, it's probably stupid suits making dumb decisions because they don't want to potentially lose money. Even though it would be better for the health of the game and they'd probably make more fucking money if War Thunder was a better game. But no, what we have right now is adequate. Shut up. That's it. What we have right now is adequate. And thus we don't need to change because it's adequate. It could be better, but it doesn't need to be better. being better would require more resources and in part risk. So, adequate's fine, right? Says the suits, not us. Not me, who's been here since 2013. But that's really what's going on most of the time in Gaijin. Other than that, they're also trying to... Hey, I actually managed to get the pepper. Other than that, they're also trying to relentlessly hide the flaws in their spaghetti coating and saying anything they can think of. Or hand-waving their... making dumb decisions and then having the community call them out on it, and then coming up with the most dumb, brain-dead excuses.
Enemy forces
like,
eliminated. Nice
again,
work, COM team.
the most recent one. The F-16 did not need sparrows, even though it should have had them, and we have them now, but before, the ADF was not a certain thing. The ADF was actually a surprise. So that was added at literally the last minute. But the F-16 did not need sparrows because the American tree already has the F-14. And that plane compensates for your lack of radar missiles. Except that's not how War Thunder works, because not only is that the plane, that plane is not going to be on your team all the time. It is not the plane that you are playing, so you have to rely on a teammate to compensate for your shortcomings. Which, anytime that happens, you are typically playing a subpar plane that people will say is subpar, and it's probably not a very fun experience to play. So, anytime a plane has to rely on someone else to cover for it, usually it's a bad plane, and people will not want to play that plane, and there really isn't any upsides to playing that plane, because you have to rely on other people to fucking help you win. And first mistake of these games, relying on people to get the win. No, you come ready to carry. And then on top of that, because War Thunder's Battle Royale matchmaking at top tier has enforced the idea that nations will fight allies that they shouldn't be fighting in a realistic situation, or themselves. Nations will fight themselves in order to keep matchmaking queues down, because that's the most important thing ever, says Gaijin. Planes of a nation will fight other planes of the same nation. And so again, in the F-16, we'll fight the F-14, the plane that's supposed to compensate for my losses, and compensate for my weaknesses. That's not compensating, that's compounding my weaknesses, because if I didn't have sparrows, I wouldn't be able to head-on BVR fight with a fucking Tomcat, and that would be extremely painful. Now, they realized their misgiving and actually gave us the ADF, but again, this is what Gaijin does. They come up with some stupid fucking hand-wave excuse and expect you to actually go along with it. And then when we go, no, sometimes we get situations like this, or the Free Abrams whole fucking shenanigan, where they generate so much bad press for the really obnoxious asinine comments that they produce that they actually have to do damage control and back up on that. But the thing is, they have the audacity to think these things to begin with, because here's the thing, Gaijin's not on your side. They want your money, but they're not on your side. Most corporations are not your friends. Gaijin is one of the corporations that's not really your friend. In order to get what you want out of Gaijin, most of the time, you actually have to have a gun to their fucking head, which is what the free parts in the FPE situation was. There was such bad press generated by one guy going, one guy strawmanning amazingly the entire complaint that people were leveling against him, that was the gun to the Gaijin's head that forced them to actually change their decisions. Without that gun, they would have never actually altered the situation. So really, they shot themselves in the foot. But again, this is why Gaijin keeps their mouths shut, because they're retarded, but they realize that they're not really good at excuses most of the time. So what do? They just shut up and pretend they don't exist. Lest they say something that is true for their part, and the players will not like it. That's usually if someone's not talking to you, might be paranoid, but it's usually because they don't want to talk to you for some reason. But more accurately, if someone doesn't give you a straight answer on something that they rightfully could, usually a sign that they don't want you to actually know the straight answer. Probably because you won't like it. which is honestly the vast majority of War Thunder decisions. That's gonna track teammates 6 ways from Sundays, just fly into the fucking holy fucking shit, we're in the kill ball. Okay, so we're going through and we're basically clubbing everyone who comes by. Will I get any kills? I have no idea, probably not. No. I mean, nice job there, but Jesus fucking Christ. Welcome to Morrowind. Wow, okay, that tracked. Wow, good for that guy. However, I'm still not getting, that guy's also dead. I'd like to get a kill here. I'd like to have one guy, like, stand still for, like, 5 seconds so I can actually get a missile into it. Hey, team members, could you stop instantly killing literally everyone? Good, I got my kill. Fantastic. Thank you. Go about your business. Thank you. Have a nice day. See, this is what usually happens, and honestly, I think this is probably why they nerfed radar missiles, this shit. But then again, this is more heaters now because everyone's just bum rushing the enemies. This is just the enemy team just being terrible at organizing, coming into the kill ball one after the other, while the entire kill ball marches around the map on our team, murdering any single opponent it fights. Again, where's the magic pepper? I fucking don't know. But this was happening a lot more with just radar missile fights. So that's probably why they nerfed radar. That took a little longer and actually required some gun kills and was usually mostly dependent on heaters. But that shit, I think, that's why the radar got adjusted, because that shit with radar missiles ending even quicker was bothering Gaijin. So that's why the radar's more schizophrenic now, I think. But oh well, it still kind of functions, and top tier is incredibly fucking shallow. So we're here for the event, and then maybe one day that Tornado IDS will actually be something we'd actually want. I don't really know when that will be, but we will have air-to-ground anti-ship missile, radar-guided anti-ship missiles, so air-to-sea, but air-to-ground missiles. They can also target tanks, apparently, from what people managed to test of the vehicle. So somebody did the magic to load the vehicle in the dev server, and apparently you can radar-lock tanks, which, well, that's useful. That's not how that works, but that's useful. I suppose if the radar is powerful enough to lock somebody on the ground through ground clutter, it's going to be very useful for spotting anything, but I don't think the anti-ship missile I don't think it's designed to fight tanks very well like that. That probably isn't how that works. But Gaijin Spaghetti Code probably allows it to work, because really what they did is they just removed the ground clutter from the situation. That's probably all they did. The radar can look down and target things because they probably just made ground clutter invisible. This would be incredibly helpful if it had radar missiles, but it doesn't. For air-to-air combat. That'd be extremely fucking good, but it don't. I wouldn't put it past them the only change for that is that the fact that the radar literally doesn't get cluttered by anything. Hey bro, what's the best premium in the game? Hard to say currently. The F-5C gets the job done for most people. I'd like it to have better missiles. It's an extremely good gunfighter if you just completely ignore the missiles. So that gets it done for most people. Most people do fine in that. The AV-8A is also very good for what it is. Gonna have to think. The Su-25K is also very good for what it is because you get to shoot R-60Ms. It's a suspiciously under-tier, obsolete planes. Really, what you're looking for in a premium is not really peak performance, but where it's placed. The $70 premiums largely aren't very good. The tram is funny, because you do get R6, you do get, AIM-9Ls, and you also, again, get to fight strangely defenseless things with that. Hey, that's tracking. Nope, overshot. Oh well. Is a MiG-23ML good? It's probably competent, but it's probably not worth $70. It's probably just okay. That's the thing with most of the $70, if not all of the $70 premiums. They're just okay. I wouldn't pay for them like that. Like, the Harrier GR1, I keep saying, because that was fun as hell. It was broken as fuck, but it was fun. That I'd pay $70 to have again. The Harrier GR1 on release, when SRAMs literally couldn't miss. That I'd pay $70 for. That's not what those planes are. Nice. And so I don't think they're worth $70, but apparently the tram is kind of neat. But I gotta look around. I'm not sure of the extent of all of the premiums in the game. There's a couple of premium planes that apparently I don't play, but most people think are broken. Like the SU-11 is constantly, you know, called pay to win. I don't have the plane. I've never played it, but again, something that once again probably is a better plane, not because it's advanced, but because of where it's placed. But generally speaking, if you need a premium plane that's going to do well, a premium plane that you're going to do acceptably in where it's placed and just have an okay time the entire time, just buy an F-5C. Or an AV-8A. The $70 premiums will not really get you all that amazing performance. They might be okay, but honestly, you're probably better buying anything but those. You'd probably actually wind up making and getting more progress in an SU-25, like the SU-25K, rather than the new MiG-23, honestly. Because I think, again, the reward bonuses probably aren't that great, and on top of that... I probably should have avoided that. He had to look through his plane to see me. I had to look up. That was probably my bad, but oh well. I'm just kind of rambling and talking. Rambling and playing. Whoops. So I'm just kind of sitting there, looking up at the ceiling, really, and just, in the back of my head, just thinking, rather than playing the fucking video game like I should be. Oof. But alright, okay, so, again, let me double check this, because the F-5C, again, totally good. You're gonna do generally fine in it. It's a gunfighter. It turns pretty well with everything that it fights. You do get matched with some pretty fucking scary things, unfortunately. However, most of the time, you're gonna be able to turn fight, or at least put up some kind of defense against whatever you fight. It's got everything you need. It's got chaff and flares. It's got missiles that are kind of placebo, but they're there. You're good. The AV-8A, really great, well-rounded package. The flare pod with a billion flares is funny. I haven't actually played it, but I know people who play it. They're perfectly fine with it, and I fight them all the time. And good God, are they goddamn annoying? Mainly because they have flares. Because I play against it in the Yak-38 that doesn't have flares and relies heavily on its missiles. So you could see where I'd be frustrated. So I think it's frustrating to fight. So it's probably good then. Right, so one thing, I gotta see this. Okay, once again, 400% line. Why are you paying $70 for this? You could do this and have a laugh. Actually, you know what? Let's take a break here once again. I could play the Yak-38, but let's go back to old Frog here with no ground ordnance. I could probably put ground ordnance on the plane and get away with it, but let's go back to the Frog over here, which, again, was placed at 9.3 when it came out and was totally fucking busted for 6 hours. And then they said, oh, we made a mistake, even though they had like 3 weeks to change that. They advertised it at 9.3. They had a billion years to change that, and it somehow went live after they took everybody's money at 9.3. And then suspiciously they went, whoops, our bad. And then it goes up to 9.6. That was a scam. But is the plane good? Yes. You've got some problems with it. She's limited to, she has a speed limitation, but generally speaking, you don't really need to go too fast. The missiles will do the job for you. But why would you buy the MiG-23 unless you desperately need fighter combat? But again, it depends on what tree you want at the end of the day. Like, I'm sure the F-4J with sky flashes, that's a premium now on the British tree, is probably okay, but it's not going to be freakishly amazing. You're also fighting F-16s. and every other thing that's really just, well, honestly better than you. Also fighting F-14s, which are clearly better than you with no arguments whatsoever. You're just gonna get fucking blown to pieces in those. So, don't buy a $70 premium. But what you're looking for is capabilities where they really shouldn't be. But the Su-25, it's got missiles where it really shouldn't have them. Like, what the fuck is this Thunder? That's a Thunder Screech. That is a fucking Korean War era plane. What is that going to do against our 60Ms? Nothing. It's gonna die instantly. I hope I have equally dumb people on the enemy team, or rather, equally inept aircraft on the enemy team. It's American planes, though. I might get a couple of Sabres. So what is that going to do? Nothing. But that's the thing. Do you want a decently okay, somewhat kind of balanced premium, or do you want something that's so fucking busted it's gonna make lots of money all the time? Why are you buying this premium? Are you looking for fun and progress, or are you looking for, I want to pretend that War Thunder is a skill-based game? You're looking for money and progress. So you buy the broken premium. You buy the suspiciously placed premium with qualities that are really fucking good and probably shouldn't be where it is. Oh my god, it's a fucking Skyray. Oh god, someone's actually playing the Sky. Well, I gotta go kill him. Now I get to go over here and make someone regret actually putting in effort into War Thunder. I mean, the Tornado is going to be probably better than the Skyray, but oh dear fucking god. The Skyray, a plane with no flares and mediocre combat ability, coming in a month before the Su-25 came in at the same battle rank with missiles that it cannot avoid. Holy shit, there's a lot of Skyrays. What are they all doing? Well, hello, Mr. Skyray. Hello. Hi there. And free kill. Now, do you want to pay $70 for a plane that might actually have to work for its skills? Or do you want to pay, about $45? Actually, it's on sale right now. For this. For a plane where you don't actually have to really do it. It actually has a billion flares, so actually I just keep that on. What am I doing? I don't have to actually turn that off, ever. I'm okay. I don't got to do really anything. I'm fine. That F-104, I could probably... He snapped his flaps off trying to keep with me. He'll probably overshoot if I keep turning, because I know I can out-turn an F-104. Man, do I not have the G... Actually, no, I do not have the ace crew on this. So I gotta worry about G-Lock. Oh, hey, look, a Saber! Hi, from... nearly 30 years in the future. Hi, hello there. Actually, I might be able to get the gun. Nope, no, actually, I don't need to. Hi. Bye. GG, was close. Also, you'd think that, oh, it's just the missile, so obviously everything else sucks about the plane. Actually, no, the gun's really good too. I just need to put the fucking nose on someone. Just let me turn the fuck around here real quick and actually get me a gun kill. That man's dead. The F-86 is now dead. He finally crashed. This F-104 is playing like a complete fucking moron because he's trying to turn fight with an Su-25 in an F-104. Sir, I know the Lockheed brochure is probably very flattering for the plane, but, don't actually give in to the Lockheed scandal. That's a terrible idea, but as soon as I gain on this guy, and I'm gonna fucking gain on this guy, I'm just gonna keep this going. I just keep that flare on all day long. I could probably... He flew into the fucking dirt, because of course he would. Oh well, I would have killed him though. But okay. Now, again, do you want to play $70 for something that actually has to work for its progress, or do you want to play something like this, where you could just do whatever? I'm running out of flares now, but I've also run out of enemies to threaten me. See if I can actually get that gun kill. Because if you hit like one round with a 30 mil in this plane, it will cause anything that you hit to explode violently without failure. Case in point. But so, You want to play $70 to work harder than you should, or do you want to pay less for something that's actually incredibly effective to basically
All
unfair?
planes, return to base.
This is, once again, going back to this thing I love to repeat, and even though I don't talk to this person anymore, even though I really have harsh feelings towards this person, or difficult, complicated feelings towards this person now, this person still said the most amazingly accurate thing about War Thunder, and World of Tanks by extension, that I have ever heard, and it still rings true today. War Thunder creates a situation where the only things that are enjoyable or good are the things that are broken. Now, I didn't have a premium account, but I would have made 51,000 lions off of that one, and 9,000 RP. Pretty good fucking progress. And what did I do? I shot at planes that couldn't fucking defend themselves. Why play anything else? Fuck, this is better than the F-5C, where you actually still have to try. So, yeah, I hope that influenced your buying decisions there. Fuck, I should probably play this more than the F-16, honestly, right now. Let's hop down even lower with more R-60s, but unfortunately, they're not Ms. Let's hop down lower to a premium you can't actually buy right now. They took it away from the store, but it's probably better because now they can actually change it, and it probably won't cause a massive run on the premium store. So, again, everybody in the audience, don't buy $70 premiums. Use your brain. Look around. There's plenty of content. Look for something that's actually overpowered, because that will get you the most money, and you also have the most fun. And also, the most progress on top of that, but money and progress, that's your material gain. That's what I meant. The most material gain and the most emotional satisfaction. Because that's all War Thunder is, at the end of the day. It's a really mediocre game if you are forced to fight fair, and honestly, just, it's badly designed to underwhelming to mediocre, depending on what kind of person you are and what you value, if you are forced to play it in an entirely even setting. That's an I-15. I could shoot missiles at biplanes if somebody was doing that on the other team. That's a fucking eye-shack. What's going on here? Did we get pulled from the Mayday parades now? Is that what's going on? Those guys aren't with me, Tovarish. But, so, it's a very mediocre to underwhelming to unsatisfying game to play entirely fair. If you are forced to play in an entirely even, just, like, symmetrical way against fair opponents, it's actually not that great of a game to boring its pace. The only good thing about it is the control scheme, but then again, what good is a good control scheme for a mediocre game? It isn't. What good is a good controls for a game you don't really want to play? Useless. But if you're playing something that's real fucking busted, boy howdy, do things become entertaining for you. And that's really all that is in War Thunder when you get right down to it. You have cycles where overpowered premiums come in, they're fun as hell, and they mulch the player base who think that War Thunder is actually a fair and balanced video game. It's not. It never is. It's not well designed. It is not, in fact, esports ready. Doesn't matter what the sticker says. It is not actually powered by Okay, maybe it's sponsored by NVIDIA because it's got, DLSS or stuff like that, but it's not actually esports ready. It's not actually a good competitive game. Actually, it's really terrible as a competitive game because of how broken it is. You still have competitive events where people realize that, hey, you know how we can cheat the people who play mouse aim? We play with sim controls or have a key to quickly swap between sim controls to make our planes turn harder, because the instructor gets turned off if you're playing on sim. We still have to this day, competitive events that are ruined by this one fucking loophole that Gaijin refuses to fix. And so when you get situations like that, why play this game in a competitive sense? There's no reason to, because you're gonna get shafted by people who are exploiting the game and know what's broken, what's effective, and what's mediocre to play. They obviously play the effective and broken shit. You, who tries to play anything else, will just simply suffer. You might win, and good for you. However, the rewards for winning against stacked odds aren't really substantial either. So, funny enough, we got more effective enemy. Well, actually, we still had, you know, Israeli Skyhawks there. We got more effective enemies here in this one. Not as broken. I don't think this actually, no, he knows. No, not really. Sir, what are you doing? Sir, what are you doing? Oh, well, I would have killed him. Good thing I've got an extra missile now. Thanks, stealth buffs. Hey, Meg, you want to turn around and maybe get those guys trailing on me? It looks like that G91 is... he's going somewhere else. He's pulling up, but yeah, no, he's pulled away. Okay, we're safe. So we're gonna go over here, stay with our teammates, and then turn around and deal with this fucking kill ball behind us. Is that guy... That's an R60. He can get that. I also have a gun pod, too, now on this plane that I could use whenever I want. He's probably going to flare that. Yes, he is, and unfortunately, the R-60s are really unfortunately bad at flares, but... I whiff. I whiff super good as soon as the actual whiffing happens. No, I am still going too fast. I need to go under 300 knots in order to whiff. That is the ground. However, the man is now dead. Good for him. I did not whiff super good. Now I could kind of sort of whiff super. Actually, no, it's like 250 knots. Damn. My thrust vectoring in this plane does not work at above a certain speed. Harrier don't have that problem. Unfortunately, I couldn't pull the nose on this guy, but you see, I'm working harder now because I got an up tier. No, that's not what I wanted, but this is your experience in actually paying for something that actually, you know, that is at top tier right now. None of them are shockingly effective. None of them are terribly interesting. They're just kind of copy-pastes of planes that already exist at top tier, and they're just sort of balanced in comparison to those planes. But why would you buy that for $70? Unless, again, you have this idea that War Thunder is a fair and balanced game, and that's the best you're going to get. It's not. You hold your money and wait, you get a lot more. And again, the SU-25 is on sale right now. So you, too, can shoot R-60Ms at Cold War, Korean War era planes that have no defenses whatsoever. You, too, can be absolutely unfair to busting. Nope, couldn't pull hard enough. Sue me, the gun pod's mounted underneath the plane. Or rather, off-center and underneath the plane. Hey, there we go! Hey, I found the magic pixel with the first burst. Way to go me. I got that guy, though. That's a problem. As is that guy. Wait, howdy, we got a lot of Israel... That's also on sale, too, but I wouldn't... The A4E really isn't actually that amazing. It's, again, a kind of another balanced plane, but are you playing Israelis? That's, you know, if you want to grind the Israeli tree, go nuts. It's your only option. It's another thing you have to consider. Which premium you're buying is which tree you want. But again, don't buy balanced premiums. Why? That's the external gun pod. I have that because of the last buff, or the last patch. Unfortunately, these aren't R60Ms, so I couldn't fire a R60M frontally at a dude who couldn't avoid it. But, oh well. You see, I gave you a bit. I tied my hand behind my back, and I played a plane that isn't actually all that good, but is kind of sort of better now. But it still has some major disadvantages over most of the things that it fights, because I don't have no flares, and I kind of turn like a boat. Fast in a straight line, though, but not the fastest thing at this tier. So there you go. I was a little bit more charitable with you, says the man with 4 R60s. Well, 3 R60s and a gun pod full of ammo. But hey, I may be actually outside of the optimal area to respond to you occasionally. Come on, there you go, come on. Play fair? Nah, who wants to do that? Is playing fair gonna dispense free blowjobs from me? No? Okay, I don't give a shit. There is too much shit to grind for and too much ground to actually have to make up in War Thunder to really honestly believe that playing fair is really gonna get you anywhere. Hell, I was playing Bombers when people thought that Bombers were, you know, just incapable of really doing anything. I made a show doing that. I made countless videos doing that. Did it really change anything? No. Unfortunately, that was all a waste of fucking time. I made what I made out of it, and then, well, I have most of the Russian tree now because I did that. But did I get rewarded for doing something that was, one, not meta, and two, skill-based? No! And so I don't really give no shit. I don't give shits no more. If you force me to play the fighter play, I'm going to abuse, you know, force me to play the fighter game because you won't give me anything else. I will play the most broken and easily abusable things that I can get my hands on. The X-38 is kind of a synergy between something I actually like because I like the plane, and also it's actually really good. So the moral of the story, kids, is don't buy $70 premiums unless they're actually really fucking good. And currently, only the tram kind of stands out, but it's mainly because it's just the A10, but slightly different. You can actually buy the A10 for less, and you will still get, well, actually, you'll only get 2 AIM-9Ls. That's the thing. The tram is, you're paying for 2 extra AIM-9Ls. The F-14 is a good plane, but, well, until you get a premium version of it, it's also not really great to rush for. Put a talisman on it. No, because that costs money, and I'm also playing this. Honestly, the F-14 does have more effect. You can push it farther, honestly, in terms of peak performance, because you've got so many more missiles. However, I just feel like the F-16 is more comfortable to play because of how shallow and simple it is. I'd work harder in the F-14. I might get better results, but I have to work harder generally to get any results. The F-16 is generally effective, and I don't really have to give 2 flying fucks. I can fly this as it is right now, just kind of flying around, pointing the nose at people, firing missiles, and they hit, they don't. Oh well, next game. Top tier gameplay really doesn't earn very much. It doesn't earn any of that. I honestly sit here and play this with a talisman. I did it with the last sale since it was so cheap. I mean, if you got it on sale, sure, fantastic. If you like playing it at top tier and you want that to be your grind plane, sure. You'll get something done with it, but for me, nah. I was going to do that, but then I decided against it and put my money somewhere else. I'm not sure what it was. I think it was taking care of my cat. Or food. You know, more important things than playing, you know, paying lots of money for pretend internet planes in a bad game. You kind of put your money towards something else more important. Got the F-16 and it's pretty fun. Yep, it's just a shame that they proceeded to take a hammer to the radars because it was doing just a little bit too well, unfortunately. Oh well. And they made it sound like a fucking buff when really it isn't. But really, the F-16, it has major weaknesses, but top-tier gameplay is so fucking vapid, why care? Though I will give you this, the F-14 still has Phoenix gameplay, which is basically just playing a gacha game. As I like to call it, it's the torpedo cut-in mechanic from Kankali, where you get to shoot people before the game even starts and you might actually kill some of them. That's entertaining because you're watching the game play itself. That's still entertaining, even though it barely fucking works half the time. It's still funny to just kind of huck sparrows at people. Whoops. I thought I pressed F. Well, huck phoenixes at people and watch them play the game for you. But hey, well, I didn't need those flaps anyway. They took away my combat flaps. I only had combat flaps on the dev server. I might turn better now. Ooh! Hell, it works for the fucking Era Comet. Why wouldn't it work here? Break the flaps off. Turn even harder. Let's see here. What are we doing? Those are probably the AI, and that guy back there. Way back there. Those guys. Those guys are right over there. Those men. Way out there at 36 kilometers, which... Yeah, hi, I'm coming from my base, guys. If you didn't catch it, I'm flying at you from my base. I know, right? An amazing strategy. Daring. Really, really daring strategy there. We're gonna keep an eye on that guy. It's an entirely valid way to play, just hucking hucking phoenixes at people, watching them go, and then immediately turning back around. That's an aim-9L. Whoops. Whoops-a-doodles. Okay, that guy is actually in range now, so let's see. He may notch the missile, but he doesn't seem to be paying attention either. Nope, he's not fucking home. That missile's coming in my direction. We go, ooh boy. Yep, no, that's tracking me, but it ain't tracking me very well. That guy just kind of flew into that Sparrow. Yep, he's out. Just bailed the fuck out. He could have actually looked at me and probably actually stood a chance of, like, firing back at me, but okay. The 4th of July up here is proceeding smoothly, I can see, with the Phoenixes being sprayed out all over the place. That's an... come on, reacquire. Come on. Come on. Reacquire, Sparrow. Come on, reacquire. That guy. Go get that guy. Come on. Work. No. Work with me, you retarded fucking radar missile. Is that going in? Yep, it is. Not paying attention. Okay. See, what am I doing? I'm just flying towards people and launching missiles, and they're not paying attention. I'm getting kills because people are too stupid to realize that, oh, that's a missile. Where's your flares, sir? You have them. No? I'm not sure where that missile went, but it was going into him. Okay, he's dead. I don't know what happened to that AIM-9L. He didn't really have anything to get subtracted on, but alright, fine. That L just failed. Amazing dynamic gameplay there. It just didn't work. I'm gonna have to give Raytheon a call there and say, you sold me a defective missile, you cocksucker. You're that asshole from Area 88 who's just giving us missiles with no explosive. They hit the target physically. That guy ran out of flares. Yep, that's just a heater. And he didn't die. Also, I'm cruising with the fucking air brake out. Go me. So we're out of planes now. There's one enemy left. He's probably at his base and probably about to J out, because you don't get paid enough for this shit. Usually launch them at 2.5 or lower, unless I'm faster than them. Sometimes you'll actually have the missile behave properly, but yeah, the close-in Sparrow works way better than people actually take it for. It will fucking pull hard enough sometimes to catch people off guard like that. And it will not get confused by chaff and flares if your radar holds the line. Throwing the Sparrow at them physically actually does work sometimes. But this is all top-tier gameplay is, so you don't really need to... It takes a lot of fucking effort to get up here, and honestly, I feel like most of the effort in playing War Thunder is figuring out the best way to get where you want, not actually playing the game. AIM-7 still seems broken. It's broken when it actually works, because that's really the only defining factor about it. It's allowed to be an incredibly effective weapon because the radar is so finicky. What they did last patch with the micro patch was they made radar do things it wasn't doing. Like, the F-16 radar will just lock friendlies now way more often in furballs before it wasn't. Which made the missiles really reliable, but now it'll lock friendlies when it wasn't before. And on top of that, I don't think any of the malfunctioning Sparrow situations have been fixed. In fact, I think the Sparrows feel less reliable now. It feels like if they're gonna, side lobe lock and fly off into the fucking wilderness, they feel like they're doing it more, or about the same. So, I don't know what they changed, but largely it just made my radar more prone to malfunction around teammates, and that's about it. I'll fire the missile and it just yeets itself. Yeah, It's like we're flying the F-4E again. Wow. Sparrows that don't work. This is the main reason why I didn't bother with radar missiles before, because they were so fucking finicky to get to work. The major thing about the F-16 that struck me when the thing came out is it's easy. You just, use the ACM bore sight, look at the man, fire the fucking Sparrow, and the man's dead. Now clearly they changed it so that it's less certain and more dynamic, because I don't know, people were complaining, people in the fulcrums were complaining that their fulcrums weren't very good. So I feel like it's malfunctioning more or hasn't changed, and honestly I feel like it's more malfunctioning more than hasn't changed. But when the radar behaves and the missile goes straight, it'll kill a motherfucker. It will pull and kill the motherfucker if, again, both things are working together. Apparently the radars were buffed. It says that. I don't think that's true. That's what it's fixed, devlog, and the patch notes say.
Mission complete.
They say it's a
Return to
buff.
base.
I don't see it. I feel like the radars are worse and prone to malfunction in more areas than better. And I feel like I'm getting about the same number or more malfunctioning Sparrows that seem to do the side lobing thing where they just, of their own free will, choose a target that just happens to be in the same general area of the dude I'm locking. And then on top of that now, the radar will now slide off to teammates who get too close to the dude I'm locking. Before it wasn't doing that. It does that on other planes, but the F-16 clearly was superior because it wasn't doing that when it was released. Now it does do that, and that's really fucking annoying. So yeah, it looks like, again, they say it's a buff. I don't think it is. I think they're lying to our faces. Or they broke something, and they don't quite know what they did. So, it's not a buff. Because I played the game, I played the F-16 for a week straight, 200 games. I know what the plane was doing, and then all of a sudden the patch came in, and now it's doing worse largely than better in a lot of cases. So, it's not a buff. Wasn't I supposed to be better, more reliable, more effective? If you're going to be buffing me, if you're going to call it a buff, then it's not a buff. If I'm not better, it's not a buff. So once again, Gaijin's lying to you. Or they broke something that they don't realize they've broken, or they realize they broke it, and they're trying to fix it. When again, they're not going to tell you. Because usually that's how they do things. They only really tell people the truth or make sensible decisions when you have a gun to their head. This right now doesn't really matter that much because the F-16 is the only thing really hurt by this. Because the Tornado doesn't have radar missiles, and the Fulcrum has a terrible fucking radar to begin with. So the change, most Fulcrum drivers don't even realize the radar's gotten changed, most likely. Because the Fulcrum's radar is garbage anyway. However, the best thing about the F-16 is the missiles and the radar, so I noticed.
You're all clear to engage.
But it's still generally effective at what it is, because all you do is go up, fly towards the enemy, fire your missiles, and have the missiles play the game for you. You do that, you get your points, and we're clearing the event at a good speed, so it really don't matter. What else do you need? If you're going to be incredibly vapid, this is fine. I see the missile go bang, I hear the funny bell, and that's it. That's all I wanted out of this game, because that's all it fucking gives me. It could be a better game overnight if they wanted. They don't want to, they refuse to try. Or they have, and then they double back on it. But again, if we gotta be vapid, this is fine. I'd like my radar to be back the way it was, but this is fine. It still works.
Attention to the designated grid zone.
If you gave me a button that said, roll back the radar changes, I'd press it instantaneously. But this is not necessarily the most game-breaking thing that's ever happened in the game. Mainly because nothing really matters up here anyway. All you do is just shoot missiles at people. And now we're the most pedestrian with that shit. Oh, speaking of F4Es, he's instantly dead. Wow, I'm still tracking this guy, even though I can't get I'm tracking this guy real fucking well, even though I can't get a fucking signature on him. He's notching the come on, keep turning. Keep fucking turning. Nope, actually, yeah, do that. Somebody's got a lock on him. You see, the radar's doing this more. I know notching is a thing, but it feels like it's going in, it's getting interfered with more often. Which is in turn making the locks work. There it goes. Where are you going, Sparrow? Please, tell me. I'd like to know, and maybe I could help you fly towards the net. He's going right into the ground is where he's going, right there. Will be interesting to see what comes with the next patch. Don't know, but honestly, I think by the French biplane, or rather the French seaplane, I keep saying biplane like an idiot. The French seaplane that's part of the event, I think that's a cue that probably the next major patch is going to be French Navy. Because why the fuck not? No one gives a flying fuck about naval. They keep adding content, and apparently, wow, okay. Nope, can't pull hard enough. That looked like it was good, and then it wasn't. Oh well. But, so the seaplane is totally worthless outside of naval, because that's what people use seaplanes for cheeky backcapping and shit like that. So I think that's a cue that the next major patch is probably going to be French Navy, and then the next patch after that, if it doesn't come with it, F-16, F-15, and Fulcrum, or rather F-15 and Flanker, I should say. There's going to be a lot of fucking Fs flying around, man. Oof. It's going to be American Fs, Russian Fs, Fs on Twitter. People are going to be posting cringe and just absolutely regretting it just all the time. So I wouldn't be surprised if the next patch, or the patch after that, the Fulcrum, or again, Fs, cycle the Fs, there's plenty of them, but there's only a couple. The Flanker, Su-27, and the F-15A come in. So those would be the next logical choices. And they'll probably immediately trump everything in the game. And then maybe that just didn't fucking care at all. I got plenty of missiles, but that just fucking came off and instantly, like, just went to a flap. But he flew into the ground, but oh well. I didn't get any kills. Dang, oh well. So, the F-15A and the Su-27 are probably going to trump the F-14.
Operation complete.
And
Job
any other
well done.
radar-driven planes in the game, and just be really good. We might get AMRAAMs along with them, or AMRAAM-As, which aren't the most amazing things ever, but it's another active radar homing missile. And the Russians will probably get their first active radar homing missile. And the patch will probably be, haha, had active radar homing missiles. Haha, everyone Fox 3. You'll probably then, also on top of that, or maybe before then, who the fuck knows, you'll probably get the F-14B. Or the F-14A late, because we're doing this stupid shit. Really, at the end of the day, the only difference between the A's and the B's are the engines, and that's it. The D's also aren't necessarily all that amazing, and here's a fun fact for you. Most F-14Ds are just rebuilt A's. So, the earliest model of the Tomcat, with MFDs crammed into the cockpit, is actually the vast majority of Ds. That's all it is. Granted, you get better weapons along with that. You get successively better, like, Phoenixes. Especially one that apparently has electronic countermeasures, which might actually work properly. But, yeah, that's all you're getting with the Tomcats. You're getting another set of engines, and frankly, the Ds, the Tomcat D may not even have the B's engines. They may just say, haha, fuck you, you get the A. But you get the A with fucking MFDs in it. So you get worse speed and 30% less fuel efficiency. But it's okay because, well, I have the Tomcat in DCS. I don't really like the B because the B can very easily overspeed, and then if you turn too hard, you snap your fucking wings off. The A has some problems with it, but the A has a tendency of keeping rational speed more easily, and thus is less prone to accidental overspeeding and snapping your fucking wings off. I prefer it, honestly. And since DCS is a game that actually has things that function realistically, just having worse engines isn't really that big of a detriment. Most of your missiles and everything actually works properly. Hell, you could actually stand to get a kill with Phoenixes, you know, multiple kills even, because the Phoenixes work fucking properly. this game, they're basically gacha mechanics. Each fucking Phoenix is just is a 30 pull of St. Quartz and FGO. Will you get the waifu that you want? If the missile hits, yes. Will most of them hit? No. You might get like 2. I've never gotten more than 2. I've never gotten more than 2 kills with Phoenixes, even if I fire all 6. Granted, this is in track while scan mode, and apparently they're much better in single target track, but if you're gonna do single target track, use a fucking Sparrow. That's an EJ, and he does not appear to be, nope. That man needed to be fucking going defensive, and nope. Okay, I guess that guy, well, Neko Tomboy. Okay, Weeb, yes. However, unfortunately, not Weeb enough. That guy needs to play more Toho. Because those guys are good at the video game. As are the people who have Azur Lane boats as their names. Or Kankali boats. Same diff. Those people are tryhards. Those people are annoying to fight because they're actually good at the game. Okay, that guy, no. This guy? Yes. Yes! Box 1, let's see if it tracks. You're not going defensive. You're A-pulling, kinda. The missile flew into the ground. That wasn't actually his maneuvering, though, but actually he was falling into the dirt. Was he actually? That guy might have actually been killed already. I didn't see that. Whoops-a-doodles. Nope. I could have gotten that guy, but I didn't have the... I saw the tracers. They weren't near it. So, unfortunately, I kind of waved the nose a little bit too far down. Well, hello, sir. That's the sun, though. Wave it around. Wave the magical wand, and General Dynamics will get you the kill. I do not know where the fuck those bullets are going. I'm just fucking guessing. Maybe in about like 2,000 matches, I will understand where the fuck where the fuck the trajectory of fucking bullets is. But until then, just wave the fucking $1 million plane around, and hopefully General Dynamics will give me the kill. If everywhere is bullets, then I can't miss. Ha ha! Most I've gotten out of 6 was 4. Good for you. Because I can't get... I think I got 3 on one occasion. I've never gotten... Usually I just get 2. Or 1. Or none! Mostly none. But if I get kills, it's usually 1 or 2. It'd be funny to get like an ace with Phoenixes before the game even starts, but no. That just... They don't work like that. They just do not function properly. They sometimes look like they're functioning properly, but I don't think Phoenixes ever get near... Most Phoenixes never actually get near their intended targets half the time when you fire them in track while scan like that. They just fly off, they go active, and then they fail to find their targets for whatever fucking reason. Probably to do with the fucking side-lobing shit, which I don't think has gotten any better after the update. So, the same shit that causes the Sparrows to go completely stupid and fail to hit the targets is probably why the Phoenixes never get anywhere close to their targets. And we don't actually have proper track while scan anyway. I can't simultaneously queue up 6 targets and track them. War Thunder isn't actually able to let me do that. It's not actually properly done, because they don't want you to do it. I can ripple fire shots at people in track while scan, but that's not actually how track while scan and using the Phoenixes like that works. Granted, when you're in track while scan, you're creating a track file of radar information rather than actively targeting someone, but it's a whole lot more sophisticated than War Thunder makes it out to be. It's a whole lot more fucking accurate. Granted, it's not amazingly useful against fighters most of the time. But, yeah, she can hit a target the size of Blackjack reliably at 80 nautical miles, and that's kind of terrifying. But they're gambling mechanics as far as I'm concerned. They're funny when they work, but it's also, yeah, it's fun to play gacha and get cute girls. That's it. They're not. I'm fucking around when I use them. It's funny, but I'm fucking around, and I know I am. I probably won't hit shit. So this is why, as most people would agree, the skill-based loadout is Sparrows. Because the Sparrows, if the radar holds, will kill the man pretty quick. That guy's over his base, so that's probably an enemy. Will the Sparrow realize the Sparrow has acquired the target? The man is flying at me at a non-notching angle. That's probably a notch. I'm going to turn a little bit, but the radar is still pointing at him. That looks good. He is not making any attempt to disengage. Looks like it fell short. Nope, it fell short at the last second. Ah! Oh! It fucking got confused by a flare at the last second. That's a problem. Actually, that's not a radar missile. That shit's side load. Aha! Look, somebody else got fucked by that. That pre-detonated for no apparent reason. Okay. That Sidewinder lost its proper track and then pre-detonated in midair. Okay. Not pulling hard enough. That's on the side of me. I should be able to. This should spook this Mirage into not fucking firing. He's... Anime fight. Those missiles collided. Anime fight! Funny when that happens. Me and that Mirage just had a fucking DBZ engagement. Wherein my Kamehameha hit his Kamehameha, and we stood there for a couple of frames screaming at each other. For like 3 pages of screaming. In terms of like dialogue. Whoever passes out from lack of oxygen loses. I was looking up at my... Yep, there you go. What? What was that? What the fuck was that? Nope. No, I'm gonna overshoot. Okay, nope. I gotta slow down. Gotta slow down. Gotta slow down. Gotta slow down. Gotta basically go to stalling now. Gotta basically stall the aircraft. Uh-oh, that's the ground. Nope. Nope. Damn. I had one chance, I wasn't pulling. I could have hit him, but I looked up at my gun ammo, and I wasn't fucking shooting. So I had my chance there, but oh well. I had to look up at the interface real quick to check my gun ammo to make sure I wasn't spraying all the fucking rounds out, and I could actually do the engagement. But fuck that last aim 9. What the fuck? The guy didn't even flare. What happened to that missile? How did that get confused? Just missile things. Missiles themselves are, in fact, a random chance mechanic if people are mostly paying attention. Sometimes they will actually track the target and be completely, immovable. They will hone in on the target like a fucking Terminator, a T-1000, and it will die. And sometimes they are completely worthless. They fly off of their own accord, even the Sidewinders sometimes. They're all gambling mechanics. Welcome to top tier gameplay in War Thunder. It's all gambling. But I suppose, hey, let's hop back into the Frogfoot, because that was actually pretty fucking good. I got to shoot an R60 at a fucking Skyray. That's just good progress. Maybe I could bring some ordnance to amuse myself this time, even though ordnance in RB really doesn't matter. But maybe, perhaps I could put some ordnance on the plane to amuse myself, to pretend that War Thunder, again, is a better game than it actually is. Mayhaps we should get the napalm. Though, there are more, So hang on here, what are these? These are... Okay, those are the big silly rockets. Those are just the big I thought those were the, whatchamacallit, the air-to-ground missiles. But then again, KL-29L... Laser guide. Actually, no. Hang on here. Launch range. What's the explode? Nope. These are bigger. These are shorter range, but these are bigger missiles. So let's bring the laser guided fucking air to ground missiles and blow up some tanks to again amuse myself. Now, again, I kind of have to actually, let's see here. I kind of have to make sure I actually have this mounted because my control schemes have been absolutely fucked lately. So, fire air-to-ground missile is 5. Though I do have secondary weapon selector. So, I don't think I'm going to be carrying air-to-ground missiles at the same time as bombs. And the same time as, well, drop tanks. I mean, I suppose, no, the tornado's gonna, no, when we get the tornado, we're gonna have to change that. Oh well, we'll survive for right now. But I'll fire 2 missiles at 2 AI targets and laugh. Because War Thunder, this is all that War Thunder really gives me. I could take napalm and get to a base, but largely, most likely what's gonna happen is I'm gonna fly directly forward and then run into the enemy team and I'm gonna get engaged and have to drop the bombs. At least in this case, well, I have 2 missiles and, yeah, well, we can find a target now if we want it. Let's fire, one of these missiles at, I don't know, a skyscraper. Let's cause an international incident. I'd like to target those guys over there. You know, those men all the way in the back there. I could see them. That guy. So let's, do I have the, I do. Ooh. Ah, they're not laser, are they laser guided? No, actually they are laser guided. Okay, so that, they're not fire and forget the little Mavericks. Okay. Yeah, just keep that up. Yep. Hey! Again, I'm just kind of amusing myself. This isn't really all that competitive. But it's funny, though, because we could actually have this gameplay, and it could matter. It just doesn't, because War Thunder refuses to actually be a better game. And hello! Glad that you let me bomb something first. However, unfortunately... Wait. Nope, they shot me. Oh, no. You see, that's what happens when you go bombing things. You put yourself in a horrible situation. Though I could have broken off and not gotten the second hit, but... That's War Thunder. You go to bomb things over concentrating on the air battle, and you're asking to get shot. I'd love to do that, but, unfortunately, War Thunder refuses to allow me to focus on the ground game. It just doesn't matter, and it doesn't matter fast enough. You can win a game by ground tickets. However, typically speaking, 80 to 90% of the matches that you fight will end because somebody shot the other team until there wasn't any planes left. So that was just to amuse myself, but I probably should have been killing people better. You know, that thing? You know, that thing that I usually do where I actually shoot missiles at people and kill them and win the game. Get more points like that, too. We're doing an event, after all. Gotta focus on that. So that was amusing. However, I also didn't get my air kills. So that was kind of the whole plan. Amuse myself and then still win because I'm fucking busted. So, unfortunately, as fun as that was, nope. Just back to clean wings. I could have gun pods, but those negatively impact my turning performance. So I don't give a shit. I could probably have 1 gun pod on, but that also causes some issues. The fucking front gun is perfectly fine. The one 30 mil that you have in the nose blows everyone to pieces with a single millisecond burst. You just conserve your ammo, and then you can get like 6-7 kills if you're really good with this. Is there a tech tree SU-25? Yes, however, the premium has ever so slightly better missiles. Also, I forgot one thing that I usually do. Where's the sun? Because the sun actually matters when you're dealing with all aspects, especially right now. Because you might not realize this, but the reflection of the sun off the plane makes that face of the plane hotter and easier to pick up with an infrared missile. Typically, it's not really hot enough to actually affect other missiles, but the R-60M is an all-aspect missile, so you can potentially launch at any fucking angle if you actually pick up the plane. You just have to encourage it a little bit. It's a little janky like that. But see, this is why the premium SU-25 is better than the tree one, because this gets MKs, which, again, have an ever so slightly more sensitive heat-seeking warhead, or rather, seeker. Duh. Not the explosive. Yeah, sensitive explosion. Sensitive explosion. No. they have an ever so slightly more sensitive seeker in order to pick up people at all aspects, which is what you want, because you want to be able to laugh at people and inquire them from whatever fucking angle you want. So, another little known secret that makes the Su-25K kind of fucking busted. So, really, actually, what I was doing in the heyday was I was flying up here, I was tracking the sun. So you want to have the sun to your back so that it's beaming off the face of the plane you're approaching that, you know, your seeker can see, obviously. So if the sun's behind me, the people in this direction are going to be easier to pick up because the sun's gleaming off their plane. It actually does work. This is actually the difference between locking them at like 600 meters to locking them at like 2.3 kilometers. It's really, really fucking obvious once you actually get into the scenario. Of course, there's things like the F-104 that you do not need fucking help locking. It's more catching the motherfucker. But this is something that, you know, you could do in an Su-25 that makes the thing really fucking spooky. And of course, you do have the A6D over there, which kind of invalidates you. However, he's 10.0, and he's also $70. I'm on sale right now. I've got amazing value. That guy's going over there, fuck him. See, what I'd want to do is I know that the A6D is bullshit, and I'd like to get rid of him before he actually gets to do anything. I'd like to can those A6Es if my teammates don't do it. That's one. Is the Mirage going to do it? That guy's firing at me. You cocksucker. Good thing I've got 1 billion flares, though. You see, they saw me, they wanted to kill, but fuck you, I've got 100 flares. Fortunately, now I'm outside of the optimal engagement angle, and wow, Jesus fucking Christ, it's really fucking jarring that the G-load on this thing is actually not as good as the F-16, because I bought the Ace crew. That guy's in range, and probably doesn't actually have flare. Actually, yeah, no, he doesn't. Why would he have flares? It's an F-104. Dead, and this F-105 is already dead, but he also didn't have flares. So if that guy didn't get him, I would've. So, you can get a tree Su-25. However, what I'm doing right now is what the premium is ever so slightly better at. So if you really want to take the really broke-ass aspects of the plane, do it extreme currently, you buy the premium. However, additionally, even more broke-as-fuck versions, no chance to respond. Even more broke-as-fuck versions of this plane are coming in. God help us if we get the one with Vickers. Dead. Needed to get the Pipper on the target, however, dead. However, I've got 1 billion flares, so even if this fucker fires L's at me, I'm going to dip them. But he's not actually doing that. He hit me. However, I'm still alive. Unfortunately, American, your 30mm cannon is not as strong as mine. However, my bullets didn't fucking hit you. That's the issue. Now, you can actually dogfight with the F5, but he's got a speed advantage currently. I gotta make him overshoot. Okay, there you go. Alright, kiddo. Come on. You have overshot. Now, if I can get my nose up... Oop, gotta watch that. And he reversed really fucking quickly on me. So this is the thing. I gotta go even fucking slower. Slow. Until somebody else third parties your ass. I was gonna kill him, but oh well. Are you having frame drops in game? Looks really pixelated. That's just fucking OBS and Twitch, unfortunately. There's something about streaming equipment that doesn't like grass. So right now, I've got 115 FPS, and there's really no hitching whatsoever. So it probably looks worse on stream than it actually is. Also, additionally, 1080p streaming for most people on Twitch is actually a lie. It will cause massive bitch fits with connection and not actually stream properly if you actually try to stream at 1080p, unless you're super cool like Ninja or PewDiePie or something like that. I actually have to downsample to 720, so I'm playing at 1920 by 1080. The stream is 1280 by 720. So again, this is causing some resolution issues. I've still got 100 rounds of cannon ammo. Unfortunately, the A10 is also a little bit faster turning than me. However, he still didn't have guns on me. unfortunately, he's going to be able to pull up because he's a little bit faster in turning. But the thing is, you'd want to energy fight the A-10, not actually try and turn with it. So this, I'm just gonna keep going up. I'm going up. I'm going up, and you will eventually stall with your hairdryer engine soon. One of these days, you will in fact run out of airspeed and be forced to go down. Unfortunately, I am also going down, so I've got to manage that. Go down. What is this dot approaching me? I hope that's an AI. I can't see anything. I hope it's an AI. So I can't see no enemy planes, but I am. This too is a form of energy fight. I have better engines than him. I'm a little bit higher up, but we can keep doing this, and one of us eventually will get the advantage on the other. One of these days, Tavash. One of these days, we will stop doing this dance, and one of us will never come back. You see, it's these moments we should really treasure, because it's not the end result, it's the journey along the, it's the friends we meet along the way. The people we also kill. But nah, fuck you, I'm in it for the gold. I don't actually believe in any of that sentimental shit. I'm in it for the gold, so I'm in it for the end, man. And I'm slowly gaining on him. Eventually, I will. Yep, nope, here we go. He's actually running out of terrain. He actually has to turn ever so slightly sharper because mountain. So I'm actually pulling on him ever so slightly. And of course, while I'm doing that, the AV-8 appears and I'm dead. I got third party. I will be back. I should have been spinning flares the entire time, but I probably would have ran out of flares by then. Oh! Stranger, hello! Now that I actually see you. Thanks for the $500, bro! Cause, yeah, not even while I was streaming. That was incredibly generous of you, so thank you, now that I have a chance to catch you on stream. So, whoops. I would have eventually gotten that A-10 after a billion years. However, unfortunately, that Harrier had to butt in. So the A-10, you want to energy fight, you want to kill him before you actually get into the turn fight, because obviously he can turn a little bit faster than you. However, if he doesn't have missiles, you can get away from him. Oh well. If I'm not gonna be annoyed by top tier, I'm not gonna be annoyed about this, because really this is just a plane that is really fucking busted. And oh no, I didn't win in the busted plane. Oh no. Thank the winter storm we got and my overtime. Thank you, General Winter. And I hope you didn't work too hard, sir. I would have gotten that A-10, but again, there's a billion more matches where that came from. The queue times are short, and again, if we have to be incredibly fucking vapid, which is what Gaijin seems to want, if we have to be astoundingly vapid, at least this is functionally vapid when I'm playing in planes with massive advantages. The Harrier GR1 is also, as a side note, kind of effective now again. The SRAMs don't feel as retarded as they were. And boy howdy, that's a Sea Harrier. I hope that guy didn't buy that, but that's got 4 Ls too. Actually, you could probably get that for cheaper, but that's not a premium plane technically. That is actually faster than the A6 and the A10, and you get 4 all-aspect missiles. However, you are also 10-3. You are on the same par as the... I think it's also 10... Actually, it might be 10-7. I actually have to double check. I don't think it's 10-3, but I think it's 10-7. So you're actually higher than the FIC. However, you do get flares, and actually the Sea Harrier is fairly well equipped for what it is. It's just that it's a squadron plane, and you have to pay about 7,000 gold if you want that, if you're not actually in a squadron. So that's another plane that most people aren't paying attention to. That does have bonuses. We thought it was only coming in with 2 AIM-9Ls, and that was retarded, but they actually gave it 4. So, again, all-aspect missiles. You're obviously higher. That's not as aggressively placed as the Su-25, but all-aspect missiles, and you're probably going to fight a fair number of things that don't really have that great of a defense against what you're going to be hucking at them. Here, since we've been up tiered, everybody's going to be better than, the planes that we were fighting against, but hey, I managed to kill a starfighter. And again, that's not premium, I am. Though really, the reward bonuses don't really look like they're deviating very much now. We used to... The Harrier GR1 had a 600% Lion booster when it came out. You'd get, like, 3 kills and you're making over 100,000 Lions. It was funny as hell. F-89D also had that, but that's also been adjusted so it's not exactly easy to play. You could still do it, and it's funny if it works, but it's not as good. It wasn't they nerfed the plane, it's just that they changed how rockets handle, and thus the plane who relies on rockets isn't very good. The man is dead. I don't know why that AV-8 did not flare. He may be a C? Who knows? He may be stock. Where are the mans, though? I mean, not likely. 90% of your team has 9Ls. I mean, I don't have 9Ls, says the man with R60Ms, just as bad. So this A10. You see, what we want to do with the A10, because he has flares, we don't want to do that. What we want to do with the A10 is we want to slow down. Slow down, slow. Unfortunately, I didn't get the fucking hit, but slow down. Slow down. Dump those flares, and then if I just nose the nose over a bit, just a bit, just a teensy bit, if I just get the nose over, I could get the kill and we could walk out of here and we're going into a turn fight again with an A10. God damn it, this always happens. But catch Mr. Hairdryer. Also, I'm surrounded by A10s. That's not good, but wow, I didn't get him. Oh, they're all A10s. You mean it's all A10s? Always has been. Yeah, no, I went into a bad situation. It's nothing but A10s! Ah! Yeah, it was a dumb idea. I dove for the first guy I saw. That's usually a terrible idea. Usually the worst thing you could do. Don't actually do that. I'm unfortunately now out of ordnance. However, all of the A10s are dead because they all got distracted by me, and now they are all dead. However, that was AA poking a hole in my plane. It sounds like someone's having a really tough time in a gas station restroom. Okay, so now I'm out of flares, and if that A10 has missiles, I'm gonna have an issue here. Or I'm gonna have to slam directly into his face. Actually, no, I do have flares. That's everything but the flares. I'm okay now. Everything's great. Bye. I got me and my 80 flares. I was looking at the wrong fucking thing.
Keep it up and victory will be
Oh, hello, F4C. Are you going to fire missiles uselessly at me today? No, he's going after the other Su-25, who is also flaring up like nobody's tomorrow. Also, he's flying real low. I might be able to nudge that F4C if he keeps flying that slow. Oh, no, he's speeding up. But again, just Su-25 things. Oh, no! Wait a minute. No, I'm fine. No. Nah, man, I'm okay. He actually hit me at long range. I was flying. I wasn't paying. I didn't think he turned around, but nope, I'm fine. Who needs wings? Wings are unnecessary for all. You see, this is why you are inefficient in the United States. You in the West. You and your bourgeoisie and your excess and your useless capitalistic nature. I do not need wings. I don't even need a whole plane. I'm fine. Who the fuck needs your shit? He got a good shot on me. He fired it 2 fucking kilometers and still got me. Good on him, but he's dead and I'm still alive. I'm actually gonna probably get a chance to land if that nope, I'm fine. All right, he didn't actually get the kill then. I could have landed this. Unfortunately, I also didn't get any fucking points because I didn't get any fucking kills.
Enemy forces eliminated. Nice work, Comm Team.
Vodka AK in a dream. Most things can be fixed by large hammer. Just casual Russian things. Russian planes do not need wings, nor are they killed by fires. Just ever-present War Thunder things. Been here since 2013. these have remained constant. You don't need wings, you don't need engines, you don't need anything. Unfortunately, that's not actually going so well. And how long do we need here? Well, actually, we only need one more game. Yeah, let's just hop back into that F-16, because, you know, remember the name of the stream. Oh well, I only got one good game in the Su-25, and now it's going to be difficult, because I keep getting up tiers. And A-10s. I keep fighting A-10s, and I lost my gun performance. Need to work on that. I was actually getting pretty good at the Su-25's gun. And then again, you just hit somebody with a single fucking bullet, and they explode violently. The MiG-29 does have this advantage as well, but, he's got fly-by-wire like the F-16, so he has the same problems I do with actually getting the gun on target. I.e., you can't. You have to pull harder in order to get the gun on target than the game lets you. So, at the end of the day, you've got a better gun, a really good gun. The only problem is, you're a terrible plane for using it.
Incoming message from Allied Forces
Okay, UK. Well, America. Actually, a single UK Phantom. A single $70 Mook. And also America. Ah, Bizarro Axis America! Ah! Once again, how do what planes a nation has affect the playing experience of those teams when they fight each other? I have to fight American planes in an American plane. I think it's high time we admitted in War Thunder it's not the nations that are fighting, it's the machines. Just the machines. Not the nations the machines are from, just the machines. We probably have more sensible results like that, because national balance and matchmaking does not exist anymore. Let's stop fucking pretending. They just kind of randomly decide what nations are matched up with what nations, and currently, we have the Russians fighting themselves, and the Americans fighting themselves. Why? Because we have more players. And so the matchmaker doesn't know what the fuck to do with all of these players, so we have to fight each other. We have to fight, nations have to fight other players of the same nation, because the matchmaker has to spit out games as fast as possible. Again, another flaw of this idea that all we have to do is focus on match times. But again, this is coming from a company that refuses to actually put effort into their game, aside from dumping content on the machine. Content that most people don't even want half the time, seen by all the boats. Nope, that's the ground. That is the ground. Little close to the ground there. A little close to that. No, what? He snapped his wing off. Good that he did that, or I would have accidentally stole the kill. Good on him. That's his skill. Okay, unfortunately, I am out of sparrows because we had one malfunction and one did not hit the target in time. As usual. Just normal sparrow things. But this is why we fly the plane dangerously. Huck heaters at people. Just F-16 things, as they should be. Unfortunately, we need the sparrows because not having the sparrows would be worse. Okay, that's not my missile. That's an enemy over there. I am nowhere near in range of all these people. That's a little far for an AIM-9L, but I might get away with... Nope, it's tracking flares. Let's try another one. That's looking good. It's good. And then I was hit by who? Where? How? Wow, he got a random shot on me. I thought he was dead. Oh well. Should have been flaring. Okay, so we're at like 38,000? So that won't do it, but I think another game will actually do it. Whoops. Wasn't paying attention to the dead man falling from the sky. Whoops. He salvaged his game, and I at least got my kills, so there's that. So I think, honestly, we've reached the peak of... Yeah, 38, that's... Yeah, we're probably going to need another game. But we've reached the peak of this game in terms of what it can do under these circumstances. This is not going to get any more different now. The only thing that can change is we have more reliable missiles. That's it. The missiles that get confused less and something tells me the missiles may not even improve because Gaijin doesn't want them to. I can't see this game progressing any more past this unless the missiles become nearly unstoppable killing machines, and then matches literally are ended in the first pass. But actually, before the first pass happens, which is realistic for a dogfight. But Gaijin has been trying to stay away from that shit for as long as possible. But the problem is, that's the only way we can go now, because the game's not going to get any more complex, and it's only focused around queue times and match length. And so at the end of the day, we can't get any faster than we are right now, and we likely won't. So we can't deviate, we can't go backwards. So what'll happen is that the missiles will just get better and better, or they'll stay the same. They'll just be the same missiles, well, they'll be different names, and they'll be the same exact performance. You won't see any difference between plane to plane at the end of the day, because there is none, because the game can't handle anything more certain than what it is right now. So honestly, I think we've reached the peak of what War Thunder is capable of when you're applying the stupid mindset. Ending up firing BVR missiles off the runway instead of planes? Yeah, pretty much. It can only get to missiles being that reliable. It can do nothing else aside from stay the same artificially, where the upgrades mean nothing because the missiles aren't actually any better, because they can't be any better, because if they are better, they'll get to a place where the missiles are so certain that the missiles will play the game the second the game starts. So at the end of the day, if we're only gonna do this, this is it. We can't go any better. We can't get any better because Gaijin wants to maintain some kind of semblance of gameplay balance, meaning that we've reached the peak. The only thing that can change is the missiles get more reliable. The planes themselves will stay exactly the same. Or all other capabilities will stay the same. We will not get radar-guided gun sights. We will not be any more focused on objectives, so ordnance will not matter still, and it still doesn't. Did I get the man? Nope, listen, missed the last second. So, we won't get anything more than what we have right now, if we continue to stay on this path that we're on, which means that we can't actually stay on the path. Oh, I could have fired, but I thought he was going to get killed by that guy because everybody else's first missile seems to hit just fine. Like that guy. Whoops. Cruising too low, didn't actually get the hit. Oh well. So, at the end of the day, this is all War Thunder can be now. You can't get any better than this, because the moment you get better than this, the game's playing itself. You grind all this way to have a game that plays itself. You just press a button to fire a missile, and it will nearly always track, except that they actually have to introduce some kind of additional randomness into the scenario. Oh, well, there you go. I got my thing. Large booba. Ooh. Did we get it? Are we good? We're good. Fine. Failed upwards enough there at the end. But that's actually it for War Thunder, honestly. We can't get any better than this. The only thing that can change is the missiles get more reliable, but again, the game gets ever more unplayable because of that, because the missiles hit more frequently with more certainty, and nothing the players do actually matters, because that's the only thing that the gameplay can advance in now, because the game can't get any more sophisticated in this regard, because other sophistications would complicate the doctrine that Gaijin is doing here, which is, we don't do anything other than dumb content and keep matchmaking times low. That's it. So, this is the end of War Thunder, effectively. Unless they decide to change course, which I'd like to see, but from now on, the missiles will just get more reliable till they reach a point of that will very quickly reach, where they can't get any more reliable for gameplay balance reasons, and then they'll just stay the same forever, because you can't actually get any more reliable, and then that truly is the death of War Thunder, because you can't do anything more unless they deviate from this stupid idea and give us more things to do in planes. But when the fuck they get up, I've been here since 2013. When the fuck they're gonna do that, I have no idea. They've resisted nearly all attempts to do that. Pretty much every time it's come up, we do have some small areas like naval enduring conflict and helicopter PvE. However, those are often tiny little corners that are not advertised for the most part, and also just they refuse to make a major component of the game or really tout, or actually it feels like there's probably only like a handful of developers actually working on helicopter PvE and enduring conflict, as with Sim as well. Some people are actually still developing Sim for some bizarre reason, even though nobody really wants to play that. I mean, we did when it was the ultimate farming mode, but now not so much. Again, if you wanted to play Sim, you'd play any other game but War Thunder, but all of these things are fragmented and all over the fucking place, and the only thing that's generally getting any major development is just dumping content on the game. So we're here at the end, and there's really nowhere this game can go until it changes course. But we'll see if that ever happens. It's been forever, to the point where people would tell you, stop dreaming. This has been a pipe dream forever. Stop following the pipe dream. You're wasting your time. And honestly, feels like I am, but this is it. This is at least entertaining in its incredibly vapid nature. I'd like it to be something else. Desperately like it to go somewhere else and be something else that it could be, again, overnight, because all the qualities of the thing that I could see this game being already are here. They're already here. You just need to arrange a map that does all that shit. Wouldn't take an actual Gaijin employee more than a week to actually get you a working prototype of an objective-based game that takes a little bit to complete, maybe lasts like 25 to 30 minutes. And also, if you wanted to, you could also throw in the fact that you have the use of Navy, helicopters, and tanks, as well as aircraft, all on the same map at the same time. You could do this, but we've never heard a really decisive answer as to why, aside from the fact that they don't want to stray away from PvP modes, because that's what our audience wants, even though, once again, they've never given their audience anything substantial in regards to anything but that. Right? We've never really had a large-scale or long-duration PvE mode in this game. Right? Aside from enduring conflict, but that was also PvEVP. But we've never had that, so how the fuck would you know? But again, it's probably down to the fact that the suits don't want to change the game significantly, or don't want to introduce things that would shake up things too much, because, again, gotta keep those queue times and match times low. It's the only metric that matters, even though it's not, but that's what they think, and they make their money, and then that's all they want. It's adequate. You don't need more. It's adequate. Adequate is adequate. Shut up and consume product, then get excited for next product, or consume content, then get excited for next content. Because that's all that game is. You give these guys probably not another month, and this will be boring as fuck. And then this is what we need the next patch, whatever it is. Someone buys the $70 PNG files. If this stops completely, then they may change? No? Possibly, but I don't. Honestly, people seem to line up to buy the $70 There's plenty of them. I don't know why. It's the dumbest fucking thing ever. But they do it anyway. But then again, this isn't a problem limited to War Thunder, because, literally, stranger, people do spend hilarious amounts of money on gacha waifu games for PNG files of cute girls, when the gameplay mechanics aren't really all that in-depth. It's just a nice thought, really, at the end of the day. It's not like you have a gameplay mechanic where you pay enough money, the girl becomes real and you can fuck them. Right? That'd be great. But no, that doesn't happen. No. That will never happen. These games are actually incredibly just simplistic, and they require a lot of grinding, and really, when you get right down to it, it's all presentation and not actually any gameplay. Waifu games is one thing, yes, but that's the same thing. The point was, people spend lots of money on shit that isn't worth it in video games for some reason. They just do that for some reason, and you got those people, you keep selling them things, that's all you need to do. You don't need to actually once again, acceptable is acceptable. End of story. You don't need to do anything. We've reached the bar. I don't need to try any harder. We're over the bar. Why go up any higher? That's just wasted effort, right? That's inefficient. We just save our money and keep our profits high by only doing as much as we need to. And in War Thunder, that's just have content dump, add some novelty to the game, and then leave. And then add the next content dump when things get a little, a little dull and the player numbers start to slow down a little bit, and then leave again. And this is what Gaijin's done. This is what they're comfortable with. They don't want to do anything else, and it's a real fucking shame, because honestly, this game could be so much more with all of the aspects, but they seem to just run away screaming from actually utilizing them properly. Again, if I learned how to use the CDK, and fuck, I might need to, I could make you a game mode that functions and you'd like to play it. And you'd be able to do things like actually have multiple sorties in an aircraft, where you're actually supporting friendlies as they accomplish objectives, and you all accomplish objectives, and, it's actually has multi-layer mechanics, where players playing multiple vehicles have to be concerned about objectives that they can only complete, or objectives that they can assist in, but they also need other people to actually do for them. For example, you can't drive a fucking boat on dirt. So you can't actually capture control points on land with a ship. You need the tank players to do that. However, the tank players, if they meet determined resistance, the tanks on the enemy team, or rather the hordes of AI tanks, are a little bit too scary, they're going to need support. So why not have the artillery mechanic that most tanks have in arcade battles and realistic battles as well? Why not have that be a placeable beacon that naval players can see and either lock onto, or they can just press a button and their guns will automatically turn and fire at that direction. They'll just say, oh, well, I'll use my ability here. You kind of just handshake two cooldown abilities. That I can't do. But you could do that, and you can see how that could work if you had control over the game, right? So what I can do is arrange a mode where you have spawn points and all the assets that are already in the game. If I learn some triggers and coding for how the internal game works, I can get you some spawn points. I can attach those spawn points to certain objects, and if you happen to blow those objects up, the spawning will stop, and you can advance further with less resistance. But you have objectives that you need to support your teammates with, and, this requires teamwork, cooperation, people paying attention, people playing other roles, and then they actually also have to do other things aside from support teammates in order to win the whole match, too. They're not just dawdling over their tanks, they actually have to worry about, hey, that airbase is spawning planes over there. We need to, blow that to smithereens so it stops spawning planes. So, again, I could talk about for hours about how we can do these things, but largely, whatever I do is going to be astoundingly janky and limited because I don't have full access to the game. For example, I could make major modifications, like, say, have AI that shoot missiles and use flares. However, I can't do that in a multiplayer game and actually playtest it, because that's not how the CDK works. I can't do these things. Most people have done. They've jankily, rigged up, SAMs as AI targets, but you can't take that into a multiplayer setting and have people actually play it currently, even in custom battles. You can't do that. So, gasp, teamwork? You jest, I know, right? Teamwork where everybody has to cooperate for a long period of time, and then actually everyone gets rewarded because they're actually working together. Holy fuck, right? Oh, shit, there are tanks around our tanks, and I'm a plane with ground ordnance, and for once I'm not bullying players, I'm actually helping people. And, hey, that tornado with the the anti-ship missiles. Oh, hey, our Navy is being bum-rushed by a bunch of AI targets, and they're having a little bit of trouble. What if I just pointed my nose over those AI targets and blew a fucking destroyer to smithereens with my missile? They're alive. They may hate me because you stole my kill, but they were about to fucking die, so I helped them. We could be this game, but for some reason, it's all here. I mean, the tornado will be here in a couple of days when we actually unlock it, but you could do that. You could make a custom mission where you could do that right now, but you ask Gaijin to make a game mode, and they'll come up with any fucking reason, or best result. Best single most common result of asking Gaijin why they aren't doing anything that they possibly could. Why they aren't doing something that they could do right now that would actually make the game way better and be way more healthy for the longevity of the game, and also get more people to play in the long run because it's more interesting to look at than fight or grab ass for 2.5 minutes. What's the most common result that you will get when you ask them these things? Silence. Oh, I didn't see the question, therefore I can't give you an answer. I never will give you an answer, because I don't want to give you an answer. Because all I want you to do is be happy with the shit that I give you, and then shut the fuck up. That's Gaijin. Blueberries working together, kind of. Oh, reminds me how of Dust 514 alpha build. Yeah, also that. You know, remember, that's one of the things that I remember, because you could actually, you know, playing Dust, a first-person shooter, you could place, a fucking, an airstrike beacon, or an orbital strike beacon, and then an Eve player in orbit would see, playing Eve, see that beacon, lock onto it, and then fire his weapons at the beacon, and that's kind of the two clients handshaking, and then in Dust, you see the airstrike, or the orbital strike, where you want it. We don't need to be that complicated, because we're playing the same fucking game. I don't have to... we don't have to do complex server meshing and shenanigans in order to actually connect two different games at once. We're literally the same game. The guy in the boat is right over there. I just need to give him some kind of way to actually target see what I want him to shoot and accurately target it. Wouldn't be that hard, but it's something new that you have to code that I can't do. So that's what Gaijin, I could make you a prototype. I could hammer that shit together, and it's basically just a bunch of spawn points and control points. Then maybe having AI that kind of sort of behaves competitively or in vehicles that are kind of difficult to destroy no matter how stupid they play, right? Like, for example, if you can't penetrate the front of a tank, the tank is immediately more threatening, even if all he does is drive forward and mindlessly shoot at you, right? You have to actually get around him, but exposing yourself to him, yeah, that has an element of danger. You could make more complex AI code, but again, that's something Gaijin is resistant to do, and why would we code AI that uses missiles and flares? Why would we code helicopter AI? Who fucking cares? We don't have PvE content like that. Why put in the effort when they could? They could, and you could actually come up with a better game mode that's honestly something really amazing to put on a billboard, but they don't care about that. They don't care about excelling or going anywhere amazing with it. Acceptable is acceptable, and you don't need to do anything else. You don't need to continue to lead a niche you're already fucking great at. We don't need to compete with anybody. We are popular because we're us, and we don't need to do nothing. Even though we could take these building blocks and have a working prototype in 2 weeks to something that's actually really fucking amazing. But nope. We don't need to do that. Why? That's just a waste of time and money. People might expect things out of us. Who cares? They're already accepting what we're giving them, so who cares? But I could go around in circles all day, but we're done here. It's good. Stream's done. We got our marks. We'll see about what happens next week, but 2 marks away, we get mark number 8 gets us the tornado, and then we have a tornado that shoots air-to-ground anti-ship missiles, which we'll find a use for, but it won't be the use that we really should have for it, because we could be that game tomorrow, but not without Gaijin actually doing it. And they have all the tools, all the know-how to understand how to use those tools to do it. They just refuse to, and if you ask them why, they'll pretend they can't hear you. I've been here since 2013. If things were going to improve, they would have already, and so there must be something going on. But of course, since Gaijin loves to give us a silent treatment, I don't know what that thing is. So at this point, you're only able to think 2 things: general incompetence or corruption. It's probably a mixture of both. So I know what this game can be. I can understand its mechanics. I understand what it does and how it does it. Maybe not down to a trigger and coding aspect, but how it attempts to have its gameplay, and how that gameplay is terribly arranged and underutilized for the most part, and it's just for show. It was functioning at the beginning when there wasn't really that much going on, but again, it wasn't really functioning at all anyway, because it was still a game where the objective play was obsoleted by, people killing each other too quickly. That was never solved. It could have been solved, but it was never solved. It was never a priority. And so we're still playing that stupid game. That could be fixed, but they don't want to. Because how do you have a prevalent problem for 9 years? 9 fucking years of the same fucking problem, and no attempts to solve it whatsoever. you don't care. That's the only fucking result you can have. And they don't want to actually admit that they don't really give two fucks. They just like this stupid cash cow that they have. They don't need to do anything else. So they don't feel the need. Because they're already getting plenty of money. Who cares? And of course, this is why defending Gaijin when they do these things is a terrible fucking idea. Because if people just talk normally and say, oh, well, it's an acceptable game, and oh, it'd be nice to have a better game, but the game's already good. It's fine. It's still a great game. They hear this and they don't do anything. Oh, it's fine. Those are shills, or people who are so dumb they're acting like shills, useful idiots. They don't get off their ass to do anything. We've had this conversation 1,000 times when I play this game because it's frustrating and it doesn't get any less true. People come up with magical reasons as to why I'm wrong, but most of them are fucking wrong, or they're pretending to know things that they don't. Because at the end of the day, none of us really know what's going on inside a Gaijin, but frankly, you can draw a lot of conclusions as to what the hell's going on and what they care about at this point, because there are some things that are not good about this game. They don't fucking change, even though everybody hates them. But I'm done talking myself into a stupor. I can feel my throat closing up. It's just early access, please understand. Yeah, 9 years after the game came out. Small family company, please understand. Again, any fucking excuse possible to avoid actually answering, why it is they're fucking lazy and incompetent, or just greedy and corrupt and don't want to do anything because I know they don't have to. When they should, but they don't have to because they've already got their money printing machine. Who cares? But, of course, you'll typically won't get any answer whatsoever. You'll get dead silence. Very effective. Just pretend you can't hear your fan base. Very effective for ignoring problems so long as they keep dumping money on you, and that's what they do. They just give people more excuses to dump money, and unfortunately, lots of people are dumb. And they don't actually ask the questions that they do, and they don't go, hey, why can't we have this? We should have this. Why don't we? Right. No, we're all waiting for the next major announcement from War Thunder. Submarines. Right? Because that's going to add a whole lot to the fucking game, right? It'll be a new thing for novelty, and that's about it, because that's the only thing the game does. Will it really add anything of value to the game? Not really. Will it be utilized properly? No. It really amount to much aside from added novelty to keep the game going, because that's all the game is. Will it really amount to anything than just the game continuing to kick the ball forward with just not changing drastically? Probably not, because that's what it is. Every content patch is kicking the ball forward to avoid actually solving any problems. And again, we've said this 1,000 times. We've had this conversation, you and I, 1,000 times. But now I'm just rambling here before I go here. But so we're done. We're okay. We got our event. You know me, and I hate how much I hate War Thunder sometimes. Unfortunately, it's an accessible game that really could be doing, and it could in an instant be doing things that it should, really good things, really amazing things. But it decides not to because it's run by a bunch of incompetent, corrupt people who just really don't give two flying fucks at the end of the day, and don't have the fucking balls to tell you we don't care. Because then they'd have another FPE and parts situation on their hands, where then they get slapped in the face by people who are angry. You don't care about what we think? Well, I'm not giving you any money anymore, and that's when things get dangerous. But if they play dumb and stupid and only just sit in their own little dream world, where they only respond to people who actually are just, goldfish, docile, they don't want much because they don't expect anything, or they're not intelligent enough to realize that they could have more, they just sit there in their own little fucking dream world, and that's kind of how everybody does shit these days, honestly. Everybody just only talks to the people who are just inclined to believe whatever line of bullshit that they're going, and if they're selling, and they don't really have to pay attention to anybody else if they get enough out of those fucking saps. Wow. I'm at least straight with you to the point where I'm rambling here, and unfortunately, this don't make me too much money here. I got a couple of whales, though. I love them, though. They're great. Stranger, you, Dancing Fool, Mercer, Rich Poor Man. Haven't seen him in a while, but I remember him. Deku, Martin, Kadyusha, everybody. You guys keep me here, but unfortunately, yeah, I'm just not as darling and popular to the wide, wide world as I should be sometimes. But at least I'm honest. Unfortunately, honesty don't really pay the bills. I was kind of naive to think that when I started out on this one. But, well, who wants to be popular in this day and age? Everyone's gone nuts. Yeah, it's quite sad. Yep, unfortunately. Well, I got enough to survive, and like I said earlier, if you can get up, you can move around, you can breathe, you can do something. And that's kind of what we're all doing these days. And, well, let's hope things get better at some point. Because the stupid people have got to do, at some point, something so stupid it gets them killed, right? Or gets them to smarten up. One or the other. Hopefully it doesn't hurt too many people that actually don't deserve it, though. Who the fuck knows at this point, but really, honestly, I'd probably be, I actually run the risk of being canceled if anybody saw my Twitter profile or listened to my streams. Large numbers of people with me saying things like, yeah, most of the things that come out of entertainment now are horseshit because they're shallow, pandering towards audiences that don't actually exist, and all of this moralism these days doesn't really amount to anything because a lot of these problems are solved and they're trying to create problems where there are none. Dangerous things like that. People might label me a Republican or something like that. Shocking, I know, right? But alright, that's enough rambling by me. That's enough for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have been your host, Phontomen. It has been a nice show. I will see what happens over the next coming days. Yeah, things are not exactly great over here, but I'm okay. And, well, my family needs me to be the responsible person again to cover some gaps here. And, well, let's see how this goes. But, well, we all have to deal with shit here, and unfortunately, there's somebody else out there right now who's dealing with even more shit than me right now, and he's worse off. So, we'll see to him now. But that's it for me. I'll see you next time, folks. Take as long as you need. Unfortunately, it ain't me that needs to be taking time. But, well, we'll see about this. But, ladies and gentlemen, you know where I'll be back. This is still my day job, so I'm not begging you for money, but I'll be back to give you an excuse to throw money at me later, and then maybe one of these days, I'll actually have half the things that I wanted to give you by this point if things actually went my way. They didn't, but unfortunately, yeah, they didn't really go anybody's fucking way for the last couple of years. It's been just a continuous downward slope for the world currently, honestly, since most people would say since 2013 when they noticed something really bad going on, but no, things have not been going well. So, that's just everybody's things. Yeah, that's just everybody's problem now, I should say. But, well, here's hoping I surmount the fucking issue, because Christ knows I'm gonna have to, and you didn't think I really just wanted to sit here begging for money playing video games, did you? No. This was supposed to pay the bills for the moment. No. I want my entertainment empire, my anime, my Necrotica campaigns. I have those. I just don't have time to run any of them, but I'm gonna make them entertainment spectacles one of these fucking days. I swear. Even if it's the last fucking thing I do, which unfortunately, with the state of the world right now, it might wind up being. Book. One of these days I'll get you that book at least. We'll see how that actually pans out and how long that takes, because shit just does not go my way, but like I said, shit ain't going anybody's way out there. Unless you got enough money to, get around it, which unfortunately ain't that many people. But, good night, folks. That's enough rambling by me. I could do this for hours, and I have. It's my day job, remember? See you next time.